梁歌制作，近色三岛由纪夫作品。第一章，康子已经很习惯了，每次来，看到俊福躺在院子里的庸椅上休息，就会着无其事地坐在他的膝盖上。这动作让俊福喜欢。
Made of Lianggu, Forbidden Color, works by Yukio Mishima. Chapter 1, Kangzi is already very used to it. Every time he comes, he sees Juanfu lying on his bloated chair in the yard to rest. He will sit on his knees without any reason. This action made Junju like it.
适逢夏天，上午，俊府闭门谢客。灵感来了，他会在这种时候工作一会儿，没兴趣工作的话，他就写信，或者把藤椅搬到院子里的树荫下，有时看看书。
It's summer. In the morning, Juanfu closed his door to thank the guests. When the inspiration comes, he will work for a while at this time. If he is not interested in working, he will write letters, or move the rattan chair to the shade of the tree in the yard, and sometimes read books.
有时则把书顾在拥盖上假寐，什么也不想，要不就摇铃，叫女佣端一杯茶来。要是前一天晚上有什么事干得太晚，睡眠不足时，他就会把盖在膝盖上的毯子拉到胸前。
Sometimes I put the book on the cover and pretended to sleep without thinking about anything, or I would ring the bell and ask the maid to bring a cup of tea. If there was something done too late the night before and he would not have enough sleep, he would pull the blanket covered his knees to his chest.
就此打瞌睡，他的岁数已超过一个甲子，还得加上5年，可还是没有一样东西可称得上是感兴趣的。当然，他并没有奉行什么主义。
He is over 100 years old and needs to add 5 years, but there is still nothing that can be said to be interested. Of course, he did not pursue any ideology.
俊府缺乏对自身以及对他人客观的认识，这恰恰是构成兴趣的条件。这种极端的缺乏客观性，对外界内面所有很不高明的痉挛关系。
Juanfu lacks an objective understanding of himself and others, which is precisely the condition that constitutes interest. This extreme lack of objectivity and his very unwise spastic relationship to the outside world and inside.
在给他老来的作品带来新鲜感和清新气氛的同时，也要求这些作品做出来些牺牲。就是说，要求牺牲真正的小说要素，塑造人物性格而引起的戏剧性冲灾、诙谐的描写。
While bringing freshness and fresh atmosphere to his old works, he also requires some sacrifices to these works. That is, the real element of novel is required to sacrifice dramatic disasters caused by shaping the characters' personalities, humorous descriptions.
性格造型的追求，环境和人物相矛盾等等。于是，有2、3个极其吝啬的批评家，犹豫着是否直率地把他叫做文豪。康子坐在俊府的腿上，那条在藤堂椅上伸得长长的。
The pursuit of personality and shape, the contradiction between the environment and the characters, etc. So, 2 or 3 extremely stingy critics hesitated whether to call him Wenhao straightforward. Kangzi sat on Juanfu's lap, the one stretched long on the rattan lounge chair.
盖着毯子的腿上，他身子重。俊府想说几句猥亵的笑话，可没说出口。喳喳刺耳的知了声加深了这种无言的气氛。 俊补右腿上不时会发作神经痛。发作前
On the legs covered with blankets. She is heavy. Juanfu wanted to say a few obscene jokes. But I didn't say it. The chirping cicadas deepened the speechless atmosphere. Jun Chao suffered from neuralgia on his right leg from time to time. Before the attack,
腿的深部会有麻酥酥的预感。上了年纪变得脆弱的膝盖无力长久承受少女温软肉体的重量，可就是这样忍受渐渐增加的疼痛感时，俊辅脸上却露出一种狡猾的快感。
There will be a numbness and slight premonition in the depth of the legs. The knees, which became fragile at the age of age, were unable to bear the weight of the girl's soft body for a long time. But when he endured the gradually increasing pain, a cunning pleasure appeared on Juanfu's face.
俊补终于开口了，膝盖压得有点疼，康子宝贝，让我把脚往边上挪一挪，你再坐。一瞬，康子用一本正经的眼光，忧心忡忡地看着俊辅的脸。俊辅笑起来。
Junzi finally spoke. The knees hurt a little, baby Kangzi. Let me move my feet to the side and sit again. For a moment, Kangzi looked at Junfu's face with serious eyes. Juanfu laughed.
康子一脸瞧不起的神情。老作家明白这份蔑视，他坐起身，从后面抱住康子的肩膀，手傍住他的下颚，仰起脸去亲他的嘴，像完成任务似的，赶快结束掉。
Kangzi looked despised. The old writer understands this contempt. He sat up and hugged Kangzi's shoulder from behind, held her lower forehead with his hand on his face, raised his face and kissed her mouth. As if you complete the task, end it quickly.
他感到右膝隐隐刺痛，又躺了下去。抬起头来往四周一瞧，康子已经不见了。1星期过去了，康子音信杏然。俊辅借散步时去了趟康子的家。
He felt a slight tingling pain in his right knee and lay down again. He looked up and looked around and found that Kangzi was gone. A week passed. Kangzi was very informed. Juanfu went to Kangzi's home while walking.
说是他和2、3个同学一起去了靠近伊豆半岛南端的海滨温泉的疗养地。他记下了那旅馆的名字。回到家，俊辅就收拾行装，准备上路。正巧有一份被催促交稿的工作要做。
It was said that she and 2 or 3 classmates went to the sanitation site near the coastal hot spring at the southern end of the Izod Peninsula. He wrote down the name of the hotel, and when he got home, Juanfu packed up and prepared to go on the road. It happened that there was a job to be done to be urged to submit the manuscript.
这成了他忽然决定一个人在这盛夏季节外出旅行的借口。他怕天气太热，挑了一大早出发的火车，可他穿着那件白麻西装，已经是汗流浃背了。他喝着热水瓶里的茶。
This became an excuse for him to suddenly decide to travel alone in this midsummer season. He was afraid that the weather was too hot, so he picked the train that he departed early, but he was sweating profusely in that white hemp suit. He drank the tea from the hot water bottle.
竹签一样的手只伸进衣袋，掏出将要出版的全集小样，细细读起来。这小样是刚才来送行的出版社职员送来的。这回出《菊俊府全集》 已经是第3次了。
The fingers like bamboo sticks were put into the pocket. I took out the complete collection to be published and read it carefully. This sample was sent by the publishing staff who came to see him off just now. This time it has been released, the complete works of Zhu Juanfu.
第一次是在他45岁的时候编辑的。那时的我，俊夫想，除了那些考虑世间已经安定、安全，从某种意义来说能看清前途的圆滑化身作品的堆积外，
The first time was edited when he was 45 years old. At that time, Juanfu thought, besides the accumulation of smooth incarnations that consider the stability and security of the world, in a sense, can see the future clearly.
还有沉浸于这种愚蠢行为的记忆。愚蠢行为什么意思也没有。愚蠢行和我的作品无缘，愚蠢行为与我的精神、我的思想之间无缘。我的作品绝非私处行为的产物。
And memory of immersed in this stupidity. Stupid behavior, nothing is meant. Stupid behavior, I have no chance to be with my works, and my stupid behavior has no chance to be with my spirit and my thoughts. My works are by no means the product of thought.
所以，我有一种对自己愚蠢行为不借助思想辩护的自豪。为净化我的思想，我从自己演出的愚蠢行为中排斥促使思想行的精神作用。说是这么说，但并非只有肉欲的动机。
So I have a sense of pride in my stupid behavior without using the help of thoughts. In order to purify my thoughts, I reject the spiritual effect that promotes the form of thoughts from the stupid behavior I performed. That's it, but it's not just the motivation of carnality.
我的愚蠢行为既合不上精神，也合不上肉体，它具有不合常理的抽象性，用来威胁我的手段就只能说是非人性的了。而今天依然如此，遂的今天也是如此。
My stupid behavior cannot be in harmony with the spirit or the body. It has an unreasonable abstraction, and the means used to threaten me can only be said to be inhuman. And it is still the case today, and it is also the same as it is in the year today.
他脸上露出一丝苦笑，仔细盯着印刷在小样扉页上的自己照片，那是张只能说成是丑陋考人的照片。要找出些被人们称为审美的不寻常美点，那倒是并不阴难的。
He smiled bitterly on his face and stared at the photo of himself printed on the small sample title page. It was a photo that could only be said to be an ugly tester. It is not difficult to find out some unusual beauty that people call divine beauty.
宽宽的前额，瘦削的脸，表现出贪欲的大嘴唇，显示出意志力强的恶。所有的面部特征带有一种长久劳作的痕迹。与其说这是由精神造就的脸。
A broad forehead, a thin face shows a greedy big lips, a strong willpower jaw, and all facial features carry a trace of long-term labor. It's not so much that this is a face created by the spirit.
还不说这是张让精神锈蚀的脸，这张脸上具有精神性的某种果飘，神性的某种曝光，就像露骨谈论阴不实的脸很难看似的。
Not to mention that this is Zhang Rang's mentally rusted face. This face has some spiritual overplagiarism and some divine exposure. It's like the face that looks so ugly when talking about the vagina.
俊夫丑陋中有一种一目了然、令人生畏的东西，像失去隐藏阴部的力量、精神衰竭的裸体一样，受现代馆会享乐的毒害。
There is something in Juanfu's ugliness that is obvious and intimidating. Like a nude body with mental failure that loses the power of the hidden vagina. Poisoned by modern Guanhui enjoyment.
把人性的兴趣转换到对个性的兴趣，从美的观念里抹去了普遍性，这种强盗以打着幌子的暴行，截断伦理与美的媾和。那些漂亮家伙们要是说俊府容貌美俊，
Transforming human interests to personal interests erases universality from the concept of beauty. This kind of robber cuts off the harmony between ethics and beauty by atrocities under the guise. If those beautiful guys say that Juanfu looks beautiful,
那就好随他们去说了。在这冠冕堂皇揭示老朽面容的扉页背面，有许多广告，列了10几个知名人士的广告文章，与扉页上那张照片形成鲜明的对照。
then it's good to say it to them. There are many advertisements on the back of this high-sounding title page that reveals the old face. There are advertisement articles from more than a dozen well-known people, which are in sharp contrast with the photo on the title page.
这些精神世界里的达官贵人们，必要时不管在哪里都会出现。寿命高歌的秃头鹦鹉们交口赞腾着俊府作品中那种难以名状的不安之美。一批有名的批评家是作为
These high-ranking officials and nobles in the spiritual world will appear wherever they need to be. The bald parrots who were ordered to sing praises the indescribable uneasy beauty in Juanfu's works. A group of famous critics are
贵文学研究者而名声大噪的，但他们对洋洋20卷的全集做了如下的概括，像咒语般注入我们心迷的众多作品，以真情写出，以陈情留存。贵氏自己也说
The researchers of Cyprus literature are famous, but they summarized the complete collection of Yang Yang's 20 volumes as follows. The numerous works that injected into our hearts like a sudden rain are written with true feelings and preserved with unforgiving feelings. Hui himself said,
若没有陈情的才能，那么刚写完的作品就会被毁弃，也就不会把这样死尸累累的样子暴露在众人面前了吧。贵俊府式的作品竭力捉写复数的美，诸如不测、不安、不祥。
If you don't have Qingqing's talent, then the work you just finished writing will be destroyed, and you will not have exposed your dead body to everyone. Hui Juanfu's works try hard to write the beauty of negative numbers, such as unexpected, uneasy, ominous.
不伦不轨。他若是以某时代作为作品背景时，一定选取这时代的颓唐时期；把某一次恋爱作为素材的时候，则一定在失望和倦怠上做文章，即使捞写健康、睾力旺盛的形象。
Unruly, indiscriminate. If he uses a certain era as the background of his works, he will definitely choose the decadent period of this era. When you use a certain love as material, you must be on disappointment and burnout. Even if you write a healthy and vigorous image.
也像热带都市猖狂的流行病一样，人物内心也只有猖狂的孤独。人类所有的激烈爱憎、嫉妒、怨恨、热情等种种事项，仿佛与他毫不相干似的。不仅如此，
Like the rampant epidemic in tropical cities, the characters only have rampant loneliness in their hearts. All the worldly appearances of human beings, such as intense love and hate, jealousy, resentment, and enthusiasm, seem to have nothing to do with him. Not only that,
保持情热的死尸的那一脉温热，反倒比如火炉图活着的时候更胡说出生的本质的价值。感觉迟钝中体会到的敏锐感觉的全斗。
Keeping the warmth of the dead body warms, like Huru, the keen feeling of cheek shaking felt in the dull feeling.
乱伦时体会到的濒临沦丧的伦理道德，感党迟钝中体会到的激越的动荡，都在作品中出现。为了破寻逆反的效果，他编织了多么巧妙的文体啊！即所谓新古今集市的文体。
The ethics and morals that are on the verge of decline that are experienced during incest, and the intense and turbulent experiences that are experienced in the dullness of the party all appear in the works. In order to find the effect of rebellion, he weaved such a clever style. That is, the so-called collection of new and ancient styles.
罗可可式的文体，语言真正意义上的人工文体，即非思想的衣裳，也非主题的假面，只是为做衣裳而故衣裳的文体，与这所谓赤裸裸文体相对照的
The Luaka style, the true, artificial style of language, is not the clothes of thought or the mask of the theme, but is just the style of clothes for the purpose of making clothes. In contrast to this so-called naked style,
有像八台农神庙尖顶上残破的命运女神像，拜尼奥做的尼凯像上那些缠绵美丽的衣服皱褶般的文体，流动的皱褶，飘逸的皱褶。那些皱褶并非只是对应于肉体行动的。
There are styles like the broken statue of the Statue of Destiny on the spire of the Parthenon, and the wrinkled styles made by Banio. Flowing wrinkles, flowing wrinkles. Those wrinkles do not simply correspond to physical actions.
从屑于肉体线条的集合，而是自身流动、自身飘逸的皱褶。读着读着，俊妇嘴角边浮起一层焦躁的微笑，嘟哝着说：“简直狗屁不通，全看歪了。”不过是
From the collection of flesh lines, it is the flowing itself, the flowing itself, the flowing itself is frizzled, as reading, a layer of anxious smile floated at the corner of Juanfu's mouth, muttering, "It's simply shit. It all looks wrong. But it's..."
可里空浮华的追悼书嘛，都认识20多年了，多傻呀！他把福音转向2等车厢的大玻璃切，向外眺望着，看得见会。渔船扬帆驶向本海。
The shell is empty and the glitzy memorial book. I have known each other for more than 20 years, so stupid. He turned his wardrobe to the large glass of the second-class carriage and looked out. He could see. The fishing boat sailed towards the sea.
仿佛意识到许多眼前触及到的事一样，那没有被风鼓的满满的白帆耷拉在桅杆上，显出一种无精打采的媚态。这时，桅杆的下方忽地闪过一小点亮光来。
As if I realized many things that were touched in front of me, the white sail, which was not filled with wind, hung on the mast, showing a listless charm. At this moment, a small light suddenly flashed below the mast.
接着， 火车擦过被夏日骄阳照得明晃晃的赤松林，钻进了隧道。那一瞬的闪光，说不定是镜面的反光吧。俊福想着，难道船上有女渔夫吗？也许她梳妆得正起劲呢。
Then the train passed the red pine forest that was shining brightly by the scorching summer sun and entered the tunnel. Then, that flash of light might be the reflection of the mirror. Juanfu thought, is there a female fisherman on the boat? Maybe she is dressing up vigorously.
这被太阳晒黑的假小鱼，像是手里那面小镜子出卖了他的秘密似的，该不会是给偶尔路过的列车上的乘客暗送秋波吧？诗一般的幻想移到了女渔夫脸的形状上。
The suntanned false Lesthon is like the small mirror in her hand betrayed her secret. It would be a secret sending of surprises to passengers on the train that occasionally pass by. The poetic fantasy moved to the shape of the female fisherman's face.
跟前那张脸似渐变成康子的脸，老艺术家汗涔涔的瘦弱躯干震颤了。难道是康子引起的吗？人类所有的激烈爱憎、嫉妒、怨恨、热情等种种事项，仿佛与他塞不相干似的。
The face in front of him gradually turned into Kangzi's face. The old artist's thin torso was trembling with sweat. Is it caused by Kangzi? All the fierce love and hate, jealousy, resentment, enthusiasm and other worlds of human beings seem to have nothing to do with him.
蠢话，蠢话，蠢话！艺术家脚强迫着从真情向虚假的演变，与社会上的一般人被强迫的演变恰好是相反的。艺术家是为显露而虚假，一般人则是为了隐蔽而虚假。朴素。
Silly words, stupid words, stupid words. The artist forced the evolution from true feelings to falsehood, which is exactly the opposite of the forced evolution of ordinary people and society. Artists are false for revealing, while ordinary people are false for concealing. Simple.
恬淡的坦白得出另一些结果。贵郡府是宣扬社会科学和艺术一致的那种流泥，于是被认作无思想。但就像博道楼里舞女不时掀起裙子露出大腿一样。
The calm confession came to other results. Hui Juanfu was the kind of mud that promoted the consistency of social sciences and art, so he was considered to be thoughtless. But just like a dancer in a building that lifted up his skirt from time to time to reveal his thighs.
他的作品结尾老是来一个光明的尾巴，对那些认定思想存在的傻乎乎的乡下人，他完全有理由不听他们说三道四。可话说回来，郡府关于生活和艺术的想法。
His work always ends with a light tale, and he has every reason not to listen to those stupid countrymen who believe that their thoughts exist. But then again, Juanfu's idea of life and art.
却有什么肯定要招致思想不孕的东西？我们称作思想的东西，不是事前就有，而是事后而生的。首先，他老是以偶然冲动导致的某行为的辩护人身份上场。
There is something that will definitely cause infertility in the mind. What we call thought is not something that is before, but is born afterwards. First of all, it always appears as the defense lawyer of a certain behavior caused by accidental impulse.
辩护人给那行为以意义及理论，把偶然换成必然，把冲动化为意志。 思想具有一种力量。盲人撞了电线杆，我们治不好他的伤具，不怪罪于盲人看不见，而怪罪于电线杆子。
The defense lawyer gives meaning and theory to the behavior, replaces accidents with necessity, and turns impulse into will. Thoughts have a power. If a blind man hits a telephone pole, we cannot cure his injuries. G does not blame the blind man for invisible, but for the telephone pole.
如果加上一个一个行为的事后理论，那么理论就成为了体系，而它行为主体则不过成场一切行为的可能性。他有思想，他把纸屑抛在大街上，他根据一己之思想。
If one action by one post-event theory is added, then the theory becomes a system. And he, the subject of the act, is only the possibility of all actions in the factory. He has thoughts. He threw the paper scraps on the street. He is based on his own thoughts.
把纸屑抛在大街上，抱有想法的人相信自己的力量可以无限推广出去，温中成为思想牢笼里的囚犯。郡府把愚蠢行为与思想严格区别开来，其结果
Throw confetti on the street. People with ideas believe that their power can be promoted infinitely, and one finally becomes a prisoner in the cage of thought. Juanfu strictly distinguishes stupid behavior from thoughts. As a result,
他的愚蠢行为成了遭报应的无端罪过，被他的作品不断排斥的愚蠢行为的亡灵，每夜都来打搅他的安眠。3次以失败告终的婚硕。
his stupidity became an unreasonable sin for retribution. The undead who is constantly rejected by his works comes to disturb his sleep every night. 3 failed marriages.
在他任何一部作品中都看不到一线半爪。青年时期的郡府生活中不断遭受挫折，误算和失败接二连三。与爱憎毫不相与嘛，蠢话；与嫉妒毫不相与嘛，蠢话。
There is no trace of his work. Juanfu in his youth. I constantly suffer setbacks in my life, and miscalculation and failures one after another. Is it true that love and hate? Is it true that stupid words? It true that jealousy? Stupid words.
与他的作品漂浮的灵物气氛相反，郡府的生活里充满憎恨，充满嫉妒。3次婚姻的挫折，比这更不幸的10多次恋爱那令人心酸的结局。
In contrast to the floating atmosphere of Lingwu in his works, Juanfu's life is full of hatred and jealousy. 3 setbacks in marriage, more than 10 more unfortunate loves, the sad ending.
老作家心里持续着对女人难以斩断的憎恶与烦恼，他一次也没有把这种憎恶当成作品的装饰物。那是怎样一种谦虚，怎样傲慢的捉迷藏雕。
The old writer continued to feel hatred and troubles towards women that were difficult to cut off. He never regarded this hatred as a decoration for his work. What a humbleness, what a arrogant hide-and-seek play.
在他作品里上场的许多女性，别说男人，就连女性读者看了，都会感到让人急得牙根发痒的清静。一个好事的比较文学论者。
Many women appear in his works. Not to mention men, even female readers will feel the quietness that makes people feel itchy when they read itchy. A good comparison literary theorist.
把这些女主人公与埃德加·坡描写的超自然的女主人公做过比较，也就是和利基亚、别莱尼斯、莫莱拉、阿弗洛蒂德侯爵夫人等做比较。
Put these heroines with Edgar. A. Poe described the supernatural heroine, that is, compared with Lycia, Berenice, Morella, Marquis de Aphrodite, etc.
这些女子当然都有着大理石船的肉体，那容易生厌的恋情就像下午的阳光，在雕刻的这边那边投下短暂的阴影一般。
Of course these women all have the body of a marble boat. That love that is easily disgusted is like the afternoon sun. Just cast a brief shadow on the carving side.
俊卜对自己笔下女主人公们的性感只做浮光掠影式的描写，他害怕这种描写。有个老好人的评论家甚至称俊甫为永远的女权主义者。他的第一任妻子是个窃贼。
Juan Guan only describes the sexiness of the heroines in his works, and he is afraid of this kind of description. A good-looking critic even called Juanfu a forever feminist. His first wife was a thief.
一件冬天的外套，3双鞋，2套加西装，蔡司照相，在短短的2年打发婚后空闲的日子里，让妻子巧妙地偷出去变卖了。离家出走时
A winter coat, 3 pairs of shoes, 2 suits for clips, and Chase took photos. In just 2 years of free time after the wedding, his wife cleverly stole it out and sold it. When running away from home,
还把许多珠宝缝在衬领和腰带的衬垫里带走了。俊甫家是受封的财主家庭，第2任妻子是个疯子，拓绝时老想着丈夫要杀自己，睡不着，于是歇斯底里，症状恶化了。一天
many jewelry were also sewn in the lining of the collar and belt and carried away. The Juanfu family is a rich family that was granted. The second wife was a lunatic. When I was spitting, I always thought that the husband wanted to kill himself and could not sleep, so the hysterical symptoms worsened. One day,
俊甫外出回家，闻到一股奇怪的气味，正要进屋，让妻子一把堵在门外。让我进去，一股怪气味。现在不行，我在做一件有趣的事呢。怎么回事？你老出门？
Juanfu went home and smelled a strange smell. Just as I was about to enter the house, my wife blocked the door. Let me in, it smells strange. Not now, I'm doing something interesting. What's going on? You always go out.
有了，想好了吧？我把你的女人的衣服包下来，烧了。真痛快！他起紧推门一看，波斯地毯上丢的到处都是烧很通红的煤炭，满屋子烟。妻子又跑到火炉边。
Have a good relationship. I peeled off your woman's clothes and burned them. So happy. He lifted up and pushed the door tightly and saw that there were red coals everywhere on the Persian carpet and cigarettes were everywhere. His wife ran to the stove again.
一副端庄娴静的态度，挽起袖子，用小衣于昭度堂里玩着了火的煤炭铲出来，不停地往波斯地毯上煨着。沙甫惊慌失措， 赶快去制止他，谁知妻子竟用令人害怕的大力气。
With a dignified and decent attitude, he rolled up his sleeves and shoveled out the coal that was on fire, and kept sliding onto the Persian carpet. Shah Fu panicked and rushed to stop her, but his wife competed for fearful efforts.
拼命反抗着，像一头将要被俘的猛禽，竭尽全力地反抗着，他全身筋肉都僵硬了。第三任妻子直到死为止都是他的妻子。这个荡妇让丈夫所能尝到的所有苦恼。
He resisted desperately, like a bird of prey about to be captured, and with all his strength. The third wife was his wife until her death. This slut gave all the troubles her husband could taste.
都叫郡府尝了一遍，那苦恼开始的第一天晚上的事，至今仍然历历在目。郡府写作往往是在那事完了之后，写起来是顺畅，所以晚上9点就和妻子上床。完事后
They asked Juanfu to taste it all. The first night of distress began. It is still vivid in my mind. Juanfu often writes after the matter is over. It's smooth to write. So, I went to bed with my wife at 9 p.m. After finishing,
就把妻子一个人留在卧室里，自己一个人上到2楼书房，一直工作到凌晨3、4点的时候，然后就在书房里的小床上安歇。他们严格地遵守着每天的功课，从上班。
He left his wife alone in the bedroom, went to the study on the second floor alone, worked until 3 or 4 in the morning, and then rested in the small bed in the study. They strictly abide by this daily homework from the first half.
夜到早晨10点左右，郡府和妻子是不照面的。一个夏天的深夜，他忽然情欲涌动，想让睡着的妻子吃一惊。可是，对工作的执着控制住了他那恶作剧的冲动。
It was around 10 o'clock in the morning, and Juanfu and his wife did not meet. One summer night, he suddenly felt lust, trying to surprise his sleeping wife. But his persistence in work controlled his prank impulse.
他鞭策手自己，一直充实到工作到早上5点，睡意消失了。他想，妻子一定还睡弱着吧，于是就蹑手蹑脚地偷偷下了楼。咦，窗户打开，妻子的影子也不见。忽然
He motivated himself to work until 5 a.m. The sleepiness disappeared. He thought his wife must be still sleeping. So, he tiptoed downstairs secretly. Hey, the windows are wide open, and my wife's shadow is gone. Suddenly,
郡府仿佛觉得有这种事是当然可能的，这大概是他反省的结果。他觉得自己每天这样处直地保持着那功课，预测这种结果，不过是害怕出现这种结果的心理作用吧。
Juanfu seemed to think that such a thing was certainly possible. This is probably the result of his reflection. He felt that he kept the homework like this every day and predicted this result was just a psychological effect of fearing the occurrence of such results.
动摇一下，鱼就治愈了。妻子一定和往常一样，睡裙上罩一件黑天鹅绒睡袍去厕所了。他等着，可没见妻子回来。郡府开始有些不安，下去到厕所的那条走廊。这时
Shake it for a moment and it will be cured. My wife must have worn a black velvet nightgown on her nightgown and went to the bathroom as usual. He waited, but he didn't see his wife come back. Juanfu started to feel a little uneasy and went down to the corridor in the toilet. At this time,
他看到妻子穿着黑天鹅绒拖袍在厨房里，他在厨房的窗下隔扇肘支招做菜的桌子，正盯着窗外望呢。天还没亮，那模模糊糊的黑影，看不到是坐在椅子上还是跪在椅子上。
He saw his wife wearing a black velvet saliva robe in the kitchen. She was under the kitchen window, holding the cooking table with her elbows, staring out the window. Before dawn, the vague black shadow could not be seen whether to sit on a chair or kneel on it.
君书启忙躲进走廊上后段子门帘后，朝那边张望。不一会，距离厨房4-5间门面的院门嘎吱口吱响起来，接着听到轻轻的口哨声，正好是送牛奶来的时间。
June lost quickly and hid in the corridor and looked over behind the thick satin curtain. After a while, the courtyard doors from 4 or 5 rooms away from the kitchen creaked. Then a gentle whistle was heard. It's just the time to send milk.
四处院子里孤独的狗叫了起来。从院门到厨房的石板路让昨夜着雨淋湿了。送牛奶的小伙子穿着双运动鞋，一副体力劳动造就的身体。
The lonely dogs barked in the yard. The stone road from the yard door to the kitchen made the drinks wet last night. The young man who gave milk was wearing a pair of sneakers and a body made of physical labor.
他轻快的掸去菇在蓝帆岭汗衫外裸露手臂上那湿漉漉的八角金叶树的叶子，掸去脚后落里漏进去的小沙粒进来了。他口哨响亮。
He briskly dusted off the wet octagonal golden leaf tree on his blue lapel sweatshirt and exposed the wet octagonal golden leaf tree on his bare arms, and dusted off the little gravel that had leaked into lure he came in. His whistle was loud.
是因为他年轻嘴唇早上特别爽洁的关系吧。妻子站起来，打开厨房的门。拂晓的微光中，能模糊地看到黑暗中站着的人影，微笑时露出的白牙和那身蓝色的翻领汗衫。
It's because he has a very pleasant and pleasant lips in the morning. The wife stood up and opened the kitchen door. In the dim light of dawn, you can blur the figure standing in the dark, the white teeth exposed when you smile and the blue lapel sweatshirt.
晨风吹来，窗围上的穗头静静地摇晃起来。你辛苦了，妻子说着，接过2瓶牛奶。能听见刺耳的瓶和瓶摩擦、白金戒指和瓶摩擦的声音。太太，来点奖赏吧。
The morning breeze blew, and the ears on the window curtain swayed quietly. Thank you for your hard work, the wife said, taking 2 bottles of milk. You can hear the harsh sound of bottles and bottles rubbing, the platinum rings and bottles rubbing. Madam, come and give some reward.
厚脸皮的青年人撒娇地说：“今天不行。”妻子说：“今天不行，明天可以了吧？明天也不行。怎么了？10天才一次，你又有其他相好了吧？别大声，听见了可不得了。那……
The cheeky young man said coquettishly. Not today, said the wife. No today, can it be tomorrow? No tomorrow, can't be tomorrow. What's wrong? It's only once every 10 days. Have you had other good friends? Don't shout loudly. It's amazing to hear it, then.
后天呢？后天嘛。妻子把后天一词说得奶声奶气的，像把易碎的濑户瓷瓶轻轻放到架子上去似的。后天傍晚，我先生要去开座谈会，那是可以。5点行吗？5点可以。
What about the day after tomorrow? What about the day after tomorrow? The word wife means the word acquired day, so cute, as if you gently put the fragile Cedo magnetic bottle onto the shelf. The evening after tomorrow, my husband will go to a symposium, and that's okay. Is it okay at 5 o'clock? It's okay at 5 o'clock.
妻子打开刚关上的门，年轻人还是没有要走的意思。他用手指尖在柱子上弹了几下。今天真不行，说什么话呀？老公在2楼啊。我讨厌不识相的人。那么，赏个嘴吧。
The wife opened the door that had just been closed, but the young man still had no intention of leaving. He bounced the post a few times with his fingertips. I really can't do it today. What are you saying? My husband is on the 2nd floor. I hate people who don't know each other. Then, give me some praise.
我不想在这种地方被谁看见了，可是吃不了兜着走呀。算了吧，就亲一下。小讨厌鬼。好吧，就一下。年轻人将身后的门关上，站在厨房门口。
I don't want to be seen by anyone in such a place, but I can't afford it. Forget it, just kiss. Little annoying. Okay, just have it. The young man closed the door behind him and stood at the kitchen door.
妻子穿着卧室里的拖鞋也下去到厨房门口，两个站着，像蔷薇花束给支撑捧撑着一样拥抱起来。妻子那黑色天鹅绒睡袍后背上，从肩膀到腰部。
My wife also went down to the kitchen door wearing slippers from the bedroom. The two stood and hugged like rose trees. On the back of my wife's black velvet nightgown, from her shoulders to her waist.
屡屡转传来波浪般的悸动，男人的手解开了睡袍后背上的扣鱼，妻子摇着头撑锯着，两人无声地扭在一起。先前是妻子的背朝着这边，现在是那男人的背朝向这边。
The wave-like throbbing came repeatedly. The man unbuttoned the buckle on the back of his nightgown, and his wife shook her head and held her back. The two twisted together silently. The wife's back was facing this side before, but now the man's back was facing this side.
被扯开睡袍的前胸正对着这一边，睡袍里什么也没穿。年轻人在狭小的厨房门口跪下了。拂晓的幽暗中，妻子那雪白的裸体，俊妇还是第一次看到。
The chest of the nightgown was torn open and she was facing this side, and she didn't wear anything in the nightgown. The young man kneeled down at the door of the small kitchen. In the darkness at dawn, my wife's snow-white naked body. This is the first time Juanfu has seen it.
那雪白的肉体伫立着，说得再准确一点，它飘摇着。那手像盲人摸索的动作，抚摸着跪在脚下那年轻人的头发。这时，妻子的眼睛一会儿闪亮，一会儿阴郁，一会儿睁开眼。
The snow-white body stood, and to be more precise, it was swaying. The hand was like a blind man groping, stroking the hair of the young man kneeling at his feet. At this time, my wife's eyes shone for a while, she was gloomy for a while, she opened her eyes.
一会儿半张半合，那眼睛看着什么呢？看着架子上那些并排放着的陶瓷锅、冰箱、碗柜，还是映在窗户上的树影，挂在柱子上的日历呢？一天活动开始之前
Half open and half closed for a while. What are the eyes looking at? Looking at the ceramic pots, refrigerators, bowls of osmanthus, or the shadows of trees reflected on the windows and calendars hanging on pillars on the shelves. Before the day's event begins.
熟睡如冰莹的厨房里，那份亲切的宁静在妻子眼里一定什么也没停住。那双眼里肯定清楚地看到了什么，包括这帷幔的一部分。他像是觉察到了什么。
Sleeping soundly as the kind tranquility in the kitchen of a barracks. In the eyes of his wife, nothing must have stopped. Something must have been clearly seen in those eyes, including part of the curtain. She seemed to have noticed something.
一次也没往窥视着的俊府的眼睛处看，那是双训练出来绝不朝丈夫看的福精。俊府战战兢兢地想着，冲出去抓住他俩的心思就此打消。他毕竟是个只知沉默。
He never looked into the eyes of Juanfu, who was peeping at him. That's the contempt that you will never look at your husband after 2 training, Juanfu thought to himself tremblingly. He rushed out to grab their thoughts and gave up. After all, he is a silence only.
不知复仇的人。不久，门打开了，年轻人走了。院子里开始发白，俊府又蹑手蹑脚地上到2楼去了。有绅士风度的这个作家。
People who don't know how to revenge. Soon after, the door opened and the young man left. The yard began to turn white, and Juanfu tiptoed to the 2nd floor again. This writer with a gentlemanly demeanor.
找到发泄私生活忧愤的口子，那就是每天用法语写几行笔记。他没有出过国，却擅长法语。尤斯曼的《切兰彼岸》途中3部曲。
Find a way to vent your worries and anger in your private life. That is to write a few lines of notes in French every day. He has never been abroad, but he is good at French. Yusman's trilogy, Garan, On the Side, and On the Way.
罗登、巴赫的《死都普里乌斯》等都是经他之手变成了出色的日文本。这本日记如果在他死后公开的话，也许会引出一场关于他作品研究的新讨论。
Rodenbach's The Dead Prius and others have all become excellent Japanese texts through his hands. If this diary was made public after his death, it might lead to a new discussion on the study of his works.
他作品上缺乏的所有要素都活生生跃动在这日记的每一页上。要是把它们一丝不改地抱进作品，那是违背郡府意志的。他憎恶活生生的现实。他抱着这样的确信。
All the elements lacking in his works are vividly thrilled on every page of this diary. If they were reported to the work without any change, it would be contrary to Juanfu's will, and he hated the living reality. He held such confidence.
天赋的任何部分，自我流露的部分都是虚假的。不仅如此，他的作品缺乏客观性，同他的创作态度，同他顽固的坚持失去了的固执的主观意念有关。
Any part of talent, the part that reveals itself, is false. Not only that, his works lack objectivity, which is related to his creative attitude and his stubborn insistence on losing stubborn subjective ideas.
这同他仇视活生生真实的态度恰好形成鲜明的对照。好比从鲜活的肉体中提炼出来的却是雕像。他回到书房，埋头写起日记来。
This is in sharp contrast to his hatred of real and real attitude. It's like a statue extracted from the fresh body. He returned to the study and buried his head in writing his diary.
仔细记录下拂晓时看到的幽会情景时自己痛苦的记忆，连他自己恐怕第二次也认不出来的笔记写的日记，和那些书架上堆积的过去数十年的日记一样。
Carefully record your painful memories of the encounter when you saw it dawn. The diary he wrote in handwriting that he probably couldn't recognize for the second time was the same as those diaries of the past decades piled up on the bookshelf.
每一页上都充满了对女人的诅咒，这些诅咒并不灵验，那是因为诅咒者是男人而非女人的缘故。说是日记，还不如说是断想，箴言占大多数。
Every page is full of curses on women. These curses are not effective, because the curses are men, not women. It is better to say that it is a diary and proverbs that account for the majority.
像下面这样截取一段是很容易做到的。这是年轻时代一天的日记，女人除了孩子什么也生不出来。男人除了孩子以外什么都能生出来。创造，生殖。
It is easy to intercept a paragraph like the one below. This is a diary from a young age. Women can't give birth to anything except children. Men can give birth to anything except children. Creation, reproduction.
繁殖都全得靠男性的能力，女人受胎只不过是育儿的一部分罢了。这是古已有之的真理，郡府没有孩子，多半是作为主义。女人的嫉妒是对于创造能力的嫉妒。
Reproduction depends entirely on the ability of men. A woman's pregnancy is just a part of parenting. This is a truth that has existed since ancient times. Juanfu has no children, most of it is a theory. Women's jealousy is jealous of creativity.
生男孩的女人，从抚养孩子的过程中，体味到对男子创造能力巧妙复仇的欣喜；女人体会到妨害创造的活生生着意义。奢侈和消费的欲望是破坏的欲望。
Women who give birth to a boy experience the joy of clever revenge for men's creative ability from raising children. Women experience the living meaning of hindering creation. The desire for luxury and consumption is the desire for destruction.
到处都是女性的本能占据了胜利的位置。一开始，资本主义是男性的原理，生产的原理。最后，女性的原理腐蚀了资本主义，资本主义变成了奢侈消费的原理。不久
The instincts of women are everywhere taking the victory. At the beginning, capitalism was the principle of men and the principle of production. Finally, the principle of women corrodes capitalism, which becomes the principle of luxury consumption. Soon.
海伦娜挑起了战争。遥远的将来，共产主义也将彻女人毁灭。女性无处不在，像夜幕降临，其习性之下贱几乎到了最高程度。女性将一切价值观都纳入了感性的泥沼。
Helena provoked the war. The distant future. Communism will also destruction of women. Women are everywhere, like night falls. Their habits are inferior to the highest level. Women have incorporated all values into the quagmire of sensibility.
女性完全不理解主义，因为她们缺乏独创性，所以她们连气氛都不能感受。她们所知道的只有气味。她们像动物一样的嗅着。香水是男性出于对女性教育才发明的东西。
Women are completely unintelligent. Because they lack originality, they can't even feel the atmosphere. All they know is smell. They sniff like animals. Perfume is something that men invent to educate women.
男人因此而吐去了让女人嗅闻之苦。女性具有的魁力、媚态的本能等所有性牵引的才能，只能是女人无能的证据。如果她们非天能，那么她们就不需要媚态。
Because of this, the rabbit goes and lets the woman smell the pain of smelling it. All sexually driven talents such as women's pride and charming instinct can only be evidence of women's incompetence. If they are not God's power, then they don't need to be charming.
男人让女人吸引有多么大的损失啊！加在男人精神上的是多么大的侮辱呀！女人没有精神，只有感性。所谓最高的感性，实在是令人喷饭的矛盾说法，与晋升低虫无异。母性。
How much loss does a man make a woman attract? What a great insult to the man's mentality. Women have no spirit, only sensibility. The so-called high sentimentality is really a contradictory statement that makes people swear. It's no different from being promoted to trichomonas. Motherhood.
有时在众人面前展开让人吃惊的碎糕，而说穿了，那也是和情欲爱在本质上没有什么两样。我们应时刻着眼于人的精神特征，因为它作为分水岭。
Sometimes it is surprisingly high in front of everyone. To put it bluntly, it is no different from lust and love in essence. We should always focus on the spiritual characteristics of people because it serves as a watershed.
是把人和哺乳动物最终分开的唯一质的差异，质的差异，也许应该换作人类固有作假能力的这个特征。日记里加了一张25岁时的照片。
It is the only qualitative difference that ultimately separates humans and mammals. Quality differences, maybe they should be called this characteristic of human beings' inherent ability to do fake. A photo of the age of 25 was included in the diary.
滞留在俊服脸上的正是这种特征。要说丑陋，年轻时的俊服够丑陋的，怎么看上去像是人工雕琢过的丑陋？大概自己觉得自己丑，也就日渐其丑了。那些年，日记的一部分。
This is exactly this characteristic that remains on Juanfu's face. To be ugly, Juanfu was ugly enough when he was young, but it looked like he was artificially crafted. Maybe if you think you are ugly, you will see it ugly every day. Those years, part of the diary.
正文是用法语写的，而边边角角随处可见乱涂乱画的痕迹。3两笔画成的女人阴部画上打了个大大的成，那是他对女阴的诅咒，并不是没人肯嫁给他。
The text is written in French, and traces of scribbling can be seen everywhere on the edges and corners. A big times was drawn on the woman's vagina, which was his curse on the female vagina. It's not that no one is willing to marry him.
他才不得不娶了窃贼、疯子来做老婆。世间也有接近这类有违欲年所谓精神的女人们存在，可这些被称作精神女性的人是女中豪杰，不是女人。背叛郡府恋情的女人。
He had to marry a thief and a madman to be his wife. There are also women in the world who are close to the so-called spiritual of this kind of women who are promising for the years of care. But these people who are called spiritual women are heroes among women, not women. A woman who betrays Juanfu's love affair.
竟是些顽固不理解他的人，对他唯一的长处、唯一的精神之美视而不见。然而，这样的女人才是真正的女人，名正言顺的女人。郡府曾经只爱漂亮的女人。
Jing is a person who is stubborn and does not understand him, and he ignores his only strengths and only spiritual beauty. However, such a woman is a real woman, a legitimate woman. Juanfu used to love only beautiful women.
只喜欢那种满足于自己美貌，不承认自己有需要精神上补充的美萨利伊奴式的女人。郡府心里浮现起3年前死去的第3任妻子那张漂亮脸蛋。50岁的妻子。
I only like the kind of Mazari Inu woman who is satisfied with her beauty and does not admit that she has a need for spiritual supplements. The beautiful face of Juanfu's third wife who died 3 years ago appeared in his heart. 50-year-old wife.
竟和年龄只有他1半大的年轻恋人一起殉情自杀了。郡府知道他去寻死的原因，他是害怕和郡府一起度过丑陋的老年生活。殉情者的尸体让犬吠海的潮水冲上了岸。
Jinghe's young lover, who is only half her age, committed suicide together. Juanfu knows the reason why she went to seek death. She was afraid of spending an ugly old age with Juanfu. The corpse of the love-bearing culprit made the tide of the dog-barking sea rush to the shore.
怒涛把2人的尸体搁到了海边高高的岩石上，把尸体弄下来，这时费了一番功夫。渔夫腰里缠着绳子，在秦然掀起的浪涛甩出的白雾中，把尸体在岩石之间传递。
Nuteo put the bodies of the two on the high rocks by the sea. It took a lot of effort to get the body down. The fisherman wrapped a rope around his waist, and passed the body between the rocks in the white mist thrown out by the waves raised by Qinran.
要把2人的尸体分开来，又是很不容易的事。2具尸体像是溶解了似的粘合在一起，浸泡的香宣纸一样的皮肤，让人感到是2人的共同皮肤似的。用力分开后
It is not easy to separate the bodies of the two. The two bodies were bonded together as if dissolved, soaked in the same skin as rice paper, making people feel like the common skin of the two. After splitting hard.
妻子的遗体按郡府的希望，在火化前先进回东京去了。葬礼很隆重，仪式结束，快要出关的时候，灵书运到一间房里，老丈夫不让任何人进去，独自一人和妻子告别。百合花。
According to Shunsuke's hope, his wife's body went back to Tokyo before cremation. The funeral was grand. The ceremony was over, and when the coffin was about to be released, Lingshu transported it to a room. The old husband did not let anyone in and said goodbye to his wife alone. Lily.
石竹花围在那张令人恐惧的大脸庞周围，半透明的发髻看得见轻轻的发根。郡府毫不害怕地瞪着那张极度丑陋的脸，他感到了达张脸上露出的恶意。
The dianthus flowers surround the terrifying big face, with translucent hairline, and the green roots can be seen. Juanfu stared at the extremely ugly face without fear, and he felt the malice that appeared onto Zhang's face.
现在不能再让丈夫苦恼了，这张脸也就没有必要漂亮了，所以才变得如此丑陋不堪。他把密藏在河内打年轻女人的假面强按下去，压在了死人的脸上，力气用得过时。
Now that my husband can no longer be bothered, there is no need to be beautiful in this face, so it becomes so ugly. He pressed the mask hidden in Hanoi to beat the young woman, pressing it on the dead man's face, and using his strength too well.
那张脸像熬透了的果实一样，在假面下压碎了。郡府没把自己66行为告诉别人，大约1小时后，尸体连同假面一起让火包裹住，失去了踪影。郡府悲根交集的追忆中
The face was crushed under the mask like a scattered fruit. Juanfu didn't tell others about his 66 behavior. About an hour later, the body was wrapped in the fire with the mask and lost its trace. Juanfu's memories of the intertwined sorrow.
度过了扶丧期，每当想起那个夏天的拂晓，第一次造成他苦恼的那个拂晓，这记忆新鲜的苦涩，令他如果不相信妻子还活着，就无法排遣苦庸。处理不了的情敌。
After the mourning period. Whenever he thinks of that summer dawn, the dawn that caused him the first time to distress him, the fresh bitterness of this memory makes him unable to relieve the bitterness if he doesn't believe that his wife is still alive. A rival who cannot handle it.
他们那厚颜无耻的年轻，他们该诅咒的美貌，一次郡部极度的嫉妒，挥起拐杖朝那玉年乱打一气，结果妻子提出要离婚。他向妻子赔不是，还给那玉年定做了套西装。
Their shameless youth, their beauty that they should curse. Once, Juanguan was extremely jealous and waved his cane to cheer him up. As a result, his wife proposed to divorce. He apologized to his wife and made a custom suit for Yunian.
这玉年后来在华北战场上身亡了，郡府狂喜地写了好长好长的日记，然后像着了迷似的一个人上了街。街上正热闹地欢送新兵出征。
Yunian later died on the battlefield in North China. Juanfu wrote a long diary in ecstasy, and then went out to the street like a fascinated person. The streets were busy sending out new recruits to the battle.
郡府也加入了美丽的未婚妻送未婚夫的行列，还快乐地捞着纸做的小国旗。正巧有记者在场，第二天，傻府摇着国旗的大幅照片就登在报纸上了。
Juanfu also joined the ranks of his beautiful fiancée, sending him to his fiancée, and happily snatched the small national flag made of paper. A reporter happened to be present, and the next day, a large photo of Shah Fu shaking the national flag was posted in the newspaper.
谁会知道呢？这个一改常态的作家挥动着的国旗，是给去送死士兵的祝福，也是给杀了他憎恶的青年的那片土地的祝福。贵郡府从爱车站到康子呆的海岸。
Who would know? This writer who changed his normalcy, waving the national flag, is a blessing to the soldiers who died, and also a blessing to the land that killed the young man he hated. Hui Jun Suk from Station I to Katsuki's coast.
坐汽车得1个半小时，在车里，他想起这些阴暗而混乱的记忆。总算，战争结束了。他想着，战后第2年的初秋，妻子殉情自杀了。各家一流的报纸保持了礼节。
It took an hour and a half to ride in the car. In the car, he remembered these dark and chaotic G. Finally, the war is over. He thought, in the early autumn of the 2nd year after the war, his wife committed suicide in love. The first-class newspapers in various families maintained etiquette.
报道说是心脏病突发身亡，只有一小部分的朋友知道这个秘密。丧服一过，我立刻迷上了一个前伯爵的夫人，一生中的第10恋爱，一见面就搭上了。忽然有一天，
Reports said it was a sudden death of a heart attack. Only a small number of friends know this secret. After the morning dress, I immediately fell in love with a former count's wife. The 10th love life in my life, I met as soon as I met. Suddenly one day,
她的丈夫出现了，强行索要了3万元。原来是前伯爵诗的一个美人计，汽车抖得厉害，让他笑出声来。美人计的插曲是滑稽的。
his husband appeared and forced him to demand 30,000 yuan. It turned out to be a beauty trick by the former count. The car shook so hard that he laughed out loud. The beauty plot episode was funny.
可这可笑的回忆在他脑际里忽然掠过一丝不安。难道我不能再像年轻时候那样强烈憎恨女人了吗？他想起了妻子。今后5月在香根认识以后。
But this ridiculous memory suddenly passed by a trace of uneasiness in his mind. Can't I hate women as strongly as I was when I was young? He remembered the flag. After meeting in Hakone in May.
他们之间什么也没发生，他只被当成一个19岁的女客人，可老作家枯竭的心里又激起阵阵涟漪。5月中旬，在中强罗街的旅馆里，郡府工作时，经女招待介绍。
Nothing happened between them. She was only regarded as a 19-year-old female guest, but the old writer's exhausted heart caused ripples. In mid-May, in a hotel on Zhongqiangluo Street, Xuanfu was introduced by a waitress.
住同一旅馆的少女要他给签个名。 后来不时在旅馆的院子角落里碰到那个带着他的书来打招呼的少女。一个美丽的傍晚，他出来散步，遇到踏着石阶回来的康子。
The girl who lives in the same hotel asked him to sign an autograph. Later, from time to time, I met the girl who greeted her with his book in the corner of the hotel. One beautiful evening, he went out for a walk and met Kangzi, who came back on the stone steps.
是你吗？郡府问。是我，我叫冰川，幸会。康子穿着石竹船颜色的孩子气的衣服，手脚优推而颀长，让人感到长得有些过分。那腿像紧绷的鱼肉，沉淀着雌黄的白褶肌肤。
Is it you? Juanfu asked. It's me, my name is Minchuan, Haohui. Kangzi wore childish clothes in the color of Dianthus boat. His hands and feet were slender, making people feel a little overlooking. The legs were like tight fish meat, precipitating the yellow-white skin.
那肌肤从超短裙里露出来。郡府看他只有17、18岁，可一看到他眉宇间飘着些老成的表情，又觉得他有21、22岁左右了。他穿着木屐。
The skin was exposed from the miniskirt. Juanfu saw that he was only 17 or 18 years old, but when he saw some mature expressions floating between her eyebrows, he felt that she was about 21 or 2 years old. She was wearing wooden clogs.
可以清清楚楚看到她那清洁的脚后跟。房间在哪里？在最靠里的一间。按道理不常看到你吧？是一个人吗？今天是一个人。他是因轻微类腹炎来此疗养的。
Her clean heels could be clearly seen. Where is the room? In the most reliable room, really. Don't you see you often? Are you alone? 7. Well, today I'm alone. She came here to recuperate due to mild cursal inflammation.
对郡府来说高兴的是，康子是只把小说当故事来读的女孩子。跟来的女佣人有事要回东京1、2天，他把她带回自己的屋宇，本来签好名把书还给她就得了。
What was happy for Juanfu was that Kangzi was a girl who only read novels as stories. The maid who came with me had to go back to Tokyo for a day or two if she had something to do. He took her back to his house, and he had to sign the name and return the book to her.
郡叔伯要他第2天来取。说着，放下书。两人来到院子里古旧的长椅上坐下了。他们在那里说了许多话。沉默寡言的老人和礼貌端庄的少女之间缺少投机的话题。
Junshubo wants her to come and get it the next day. As he said that, put down the book. The two came to the old bench in the yard and sat down. They said a lot there. There is a lack of speculative topic between the taciturn old man and the polite and dignified girl.
顶多是谈谈什么时候来的病好了吗之类的话。郡府问，那少女大多用微笑来做回答。就这样坐着，薄幕很快笼罩起院子。正面的明星月和右面的盾山那柔和的山姿。
At most, it's about when the disease has recovered. Juanfu asked. The girl mostly answered with a smile. Sitting like this, the yard quickly enveloped. The soft mountain posture of Star Mountain on the front and the direct mountain on the right.
随着渐渐幽暗下来的天色，透出一种动人心魄的力量，投入眺望它的人们的仪礼。山与山之间，小田远海沉默了。在薄暮的天空与狭窄的海景无法分清边界的境界里，
As the sky gradually darkened, a touching power was revealed, and the people who looked at it were Between the mountains, Odawara Hashi was silent. In the twilight sky and narrow sea view, the boundaries cannot be distinguished.
恰好看到如繁星闪烁的那有规则一闪一亮的灯台。女招待来叫吃晚饭了，两人这才分手。第二天早晨，康子和佣人拿着从东京带来的点心来看郡府。
I happened to see the regular lighthouse that was flashing like the stars. The waitress came to call for supper, and the two broke up. The next morning, Yasuko and the servant came to see Toshisuke with the snacks they brought from Tokyo.
把签了名的2本书带回去。佣人一个人喋喋不休地说着，郡府和康子默许着真正快乐的沉默。郡不等康子回房后，忽然像想起丁什么，跑出去长时间的散步。
The servant chattered alone, and Shuanfu and Katsuko acquiesced to the real happy silence.
他心情烦躁地快步上坡，什么地方都去，还不感觉到累。他想，难道我这样暴入洞吗？不久，来到一片草地的树荫下，他像瘫了一样横躺了下来。惊起近旁草丛里着一只大野鸡。
He was irritated and quickly climbed uphill. Go anywhere, don't feel tired. He thought, am I moving the abalone mattress like this? Soon, he came to the grassy tree and lay down like a paralyzed person, startled a big pheasant in the grass nearby.
郡仆吓了一跳。然而，他感到因过度疲劳而产生的轻飘的快感，心怦然跳动。这种情绪真是有年头了吧？郡府想。郡府忘记了，虚构这种情绪得用1半以上自己的力。
Juanpu was startled, however. He felt the light pleasure caused by excessive fatigue, and his heart was beating. This kind of emotion has been around for a long time. Juanfu thought. Juanfu forgot, to create this emotion, you have to use more than half of your own strength.
为了营造这种情绪，得特地采取不自然的痛苦散步。这种忘却，也许是上了年纪的人故意捣的鬼吧。去康子所在镇的那条公路，有好几处延伸到了海岸边。
In order to create this emotion, we have to take a walk with unnatural pain. This kind of forgetting may be caused by an older person deliberately. The road to the town where Kangzi is located has several places that extend to the coast.
从断崖上能鸟看到夏日大海流火的情景，那透明的看不见的火焰玩啄着海平面，海沉静的痛苦，泛起类似贵金蟹被镂空般的痛苦。还没到中午。
It's not yet noon.
空荡荡的汽车里只有2、3个乘客，都是本地人。他们打开竹篮里的饭，分好菜，捏着饭团吃着。郡府一点不感觉到饿，他老是边吃饭边想事，结果让他常常忘记吃饭。有时
There were only 2 or 3 passengers in the empty car, all of whom were locals. They opened the rice in the bamboo basket and ate the rice balls with good dishes. Juanfu didn't feel hungry at all. He always thinks about things while eating. As a result, he often forgot to eat, sometimes.
他自己也奇怪，怎么会奇名其妙地感到肚子饱了？他的内脏也和他的精神一样，把日常生活抛在脑后。K 真真公所终点站前2个站，有个叫 K 公园前的汽车站。
He himself was also surprised. How could his name make him feel full with a wonderful feeling? His internal organs, like his spirit, have left daily life behind. There are 2 stations in front of the terminus of the K-Town town office, and there is a bus station called K-Park Front.
没有人在那儿下车。汽车由山腰下到海滨得穿过这个约1000步大小的公园，这公园恰好隔开了山的中心部分与海的中心部分。凉风习习的深深树丛里。
No one got out there. The car has to pass through this park about 1,000 steps from the mountainside to the seaside, which just separates the central part of the mountain from the central part of the sea. In the deep bushes with cool breezes.
郡府看到了那空无一人的幽深公园星号，公园彼岸，蔚蓝色发廊一线般的海段段续莺，几架静止不动的秋千将宁静的影子赶在灼热的沙地上。
Juanfu saw the empty deep park asterisk. On the other side of the park, the sea of blue enamel like a thread was intermittent, and several still swings put the quiet shadows on the scorching sandy ground.
盛夏上午文静无声的大公园，怎么就会吸引住校辅助心呢？汽车来到错综杂乱的小镇一角，镇公所并不起眼。从打开的窗子里望进去，圆桌上泛着清漆白色的光。
How can the silent park attract the hearts of campus supporters in the morning of midsummer? The car came to a corner of the chaotic town. The town office was not eye-catching. Looking in through the open window, the round table was shining with a varnished white light.
上面什么也没放。旅馆里出来迎接的人深叹地鞠着躬，郡府交代了行李，就让他们带路，缓续登上神社旁的石阶小道。海边吹来了风，几乎一点不感觉到暑热。
There was nothing on it. The people who came out to greet him in the hotel bowed deeply. Xuanfu gave his luggage, so he asked them to lead the way and slowly climbed the stone steps next to the shrine. The wind blew by the sea. I almost didn't feel the heat at all.
只有知了的叫声像热乎乎的毛织物塌的从头顶挂下来，让人感到一丝郁闷。上了一半的台阶，郡府脱下帽子，暂时歇了歇地脚下小小的港湾里。
Only the cicada's screams, like the warm wool fabric, hung from the top of his head. It makes people feel a little depressed. Half up the steps, Juanfu took off his hat and took a rest for a while in the small harbor under his feet.
泊着一条绿色的小蒸汽船，像忽然响起似的，噗噗逃着蒸汽爆裂的声音，一下又熄掉了。于是，就像起不走的苍蝇一样，无数令人忧愁的嗡嗡声。
There was a small green steamboat moored, as if suddenly remembering it. Puff was the sound of steam bursting. It was instantly turned off again. So, like flies that cannot get off, countless sad buzzing sounds.
挥也挥不去的 冲色了这曲线过于单调的港湾景致，真美啊！郡府像要躲开这想法才这么说，完全不是什么好景致。从旅馆望出去还要好呢，先生，是吗？
He couldn't help but fill the harbor with two monotonous curves. The scenery is so beautiful. Juanfu seemed to want to avoid this idea before saying so. It was not a good scenery at all. It's better to look out of the hotel, sir, that's right.
这老作家给人厚重印象的原因，在于他那对揶揄、讽刺感到为难的那种情绪。让人看得清的是，在他看起来显得沉重。在旅馆最高一层的屋子里坐定。
The reason why this old writer gives people a strong impression is his emotions that are embarrassed by coconut pleasure and sarcasm. Things that make people look lighter seem heavy to him. Sit down in the room on the highest floor of the hotel.
终于开口问女招待那个路上想顺便问一下，而最终没问出口的问题。他害怕会失去这种顺便的感觉。塔川小姐来了吗？啊，来了。
Finally, he asked the waitress the question she wanted to ask on the way but didn't ask in the end. He was afraid of losing this kind of feeling. Is Miss O Chuan here? Ah, here. Ah, here.
老作家心砰砰跳起来。接下去的问题停了老半天，和朋友一起来的马七是4-5天前来的，住在菊花厅里。现在还在房里吗？七，我是他父亲的朋友。
The old writer's heart was thumping. The next question was paused for a long time. Is it with my friend Seven? Yes, I came 4 or 5 days ago, live in the Chrysanthemum Hall. Is it still in the room now? 7. I am his father's friend.
去 K 公园玩去了，和朋友一起。是的，和朋友一起。女招待没说和大家在一起。这种时候，郡府再也无法镇静地打听下去。几个朋友，男的还是女的？他有些疑惑了。
I went to K Park to play. With friends? Yes, with friends. The waitress didn't say she was with everyone. At this time, Juanfu could no longer ask in calmly, a few friends, the male or the female. He was a little confused.
那朋友莫非是男的，但是一个人吧？这种再自然不过的疑问，以前怎么在他心里一点影子也没有呢？愚蠢行为需要保持一定的秩序，达到愚蠢行为的结果以前。
Could that friend be a man? Dan is alone. How come this natural question has nothing in his heart before? Stupid behavior needs to maintain a certain order and achieve the result of stupid behavior.
难道不该留下敏锐的考察，压抑着进行下去吗？旅馆里热心的招待，与其说是请，不如说是拖着把郡府拉去洗澡。到吃午饭时，老作家的心还是没有平静。
Shouldn't we leave behind a keen investigation and continue to carry on with repression? The enthusiastic hospitality in the hotel is not so much an invitation, but rather a drag to take a shower. By lunch, the old writer still had no peace of mind.
终于到了只剩他一个人着时候了，他激动地站起来。痛苦终于驱使他做出不敢恭维成绅士的举动。他偷偷地溜进菊花厅，房间已经收拾好了。打开房间里的大柜子。
Finally it was time for him to drink alone, and he stood up excitedly. The pain finally drove him to act that he could not be flattered to be a gentleman. He sneaked into the chrysanthemum hall, and the room was already cleaned up. Opened the big cabinet in the room.
郡府看到了男人的白裤子、白色腐绸衬衫，那衬衫和康子那件镶着普罗尔风格嵌花的白麻连衣裙挂在一起。转眼再看镜台，男用生发水、发蜡和胭脂口红、面油颈排在一起。
Juanfu saw the man's white pants and a white poplin shirt. The shirt was hung with Kanko's white vegetarian dress in prole style. In a blink of an eye, the men used hair growth water, hair wax, rouge lipstick and oil wells to line up.
郡府走出屋子，回到自己房间，拉响了铃。他叫应声而来的招待准备好汽车。他换好西装，车也来了。他让车拉他到 K 公园去，对司机说了声等着。
Juanfu walked out of the room, returned to his room, and rang the bell. He called the receptionist to prepare the car. He changed his suit and the car came, so he asked the car to take him to K Park. Said to the driver, "Wait."
郡府钻进了还是那么悠闲的公园大门，那是一道用天然石头搭成的拱形新大门。这周围看不到海，种种墨绿掩映的树枝随风飘荡，发出类似远处潮涨潮落的声响。
Juanfu got into the park gate that was still so quiet. It was a new arched door made of natural stone. There is no sea around here. The branches covered with dark green are floating in the wind, making sounds similar to the rising and falling tides in the distance.
老作家想好两个人该去沙滩边游泳，于是他走出了公园，来到一个小动物园。栅栏的影鱼清晰地印在笼子里跑来跑去助理猫的背上。放养栏中靠着茂盛的两棵枫树根。
The old writer thought that the two of them should go swimming by the beach, so he walked out of the park and came to a small zoo. The shadow of the fence was clearly imprinted on the cage running around the assistant cat's back. In stocking bar. Relying on the roots of two lush maple trees.
一只黑兔子在树萌下打盹儿，沿着长满梨草的石阶走下去，众多树丛的那一边，大海无限伸展开去。刚眼望得到的地方，树枝摇动着。不久，风来到郡府的额角上。
A black rabbit hid tons under the tree. Walking down the stone steps covered with grass, the sea stretched infinitely on the other side of the bushes. Gang's eyes looked at the place he got. The branches shaking. Soon, the wind came to Xuanfu's forehead.
风就像看不见的小动物，从这只树梢暗忽传到那只树梢上，大风过处，则又像猛兽呼啸而过。所有这一切之上，洒满了无休无止的阳光，冲塞了无止无休的知了叫声。
The wind is like an invisible little animal. It suddenly reaches the top of the tree. When the strong wind passes, it will be like a beast whistling by. All of this is filled with endless sunshine and endless cicadas.
往沙滩下去，走哪条路好呢？远远的下方能看到松树林，荒草掩映的石阶，像是往那边迂回而去似的。郡府沐浴着树缝里透过的阳光，承受着青草上强烈的反光。
When you go down the beach, which road is better, far below, you can see the pine forest and the stone steps hidden by the weeds seem to be detouring there. June Fumo bathes in the sunlight shining through the cracks of the trees and bears the strong reflection on the grass.
思思感到浑身汗涔涔的。石阶小路兜着圈子，来到断崖下狭窄走廊式的沙滩一角。可是这里连个人影也没有。老作家筋疲力尽，摇了块石头坐下。
Sis felt sweat all over. The stone steps and paths were circling around and came to a corner of the narrow corridor-like beach under the cliff. But there is not even a figure here. The old writer was exhausted and Yao fell down.
他有点懊恼，那石阶把他引到这儿。尽管自己被众多有害要素，诸如大名气、宗教传的尊敬、烦恼的杂事、驳杂的交际等包围着生活，但他从不需要逃避生活。在他
He was a little annoyed that the stone steps led him here. Although he is surrounded by many harmful elements, such as fame, respect for religious ships, troubled chores, mixed communication, etc., he never needs to escape from life. In him,
最拿手的逃避方法是尽可能地接近对手。归俊甫希望在令人吃惊的广大交际田语里，自己具有一种一望便知的无视透视画法的巧妙技术。
The best way to escape is to get as close to your opponent as possible. Hiratsuki hopes that in the surprisingly large social circle, he has a clever technique of ignoring the perspective and drawing method that can be seen at a glance.
郝思明演员演技出众，星号能使数千观众每个人都感觉到他只在自己身边存在，不管什么赞叹或嘲骂都不会给这演员脸上抹黑。他什么也听不进去。
It seems that the famous actor has outstanding acting skills which makes everyone feel that he exists only by his side. No matter how praise or ridicule it is, it will not smear the actor. He couldn't listen to anything.
自己已预见到被刺伤的战斗，当他产生想让自己受伤的强烈愿望时，俊甫需要的是自己风格的逃避，极有必要赶快揭开那让身体清楚接受的伤害。可是现在
He had foresaw the tremor of being stabbed. When he had a strong desire to hurt himself, what Juanfu needed was his own style of escape. That is, it is necessary to quickly uncover the harm that the body can accept clearly. But now,
他觉得眼前近乎异常波动的广袤大海，像是医治好了自己。海来到岩石中间，诡秘般敏捷地涌来，浸润了他，流进了他的身体。那蔚蓝色迅速染遍了他的全身。不一会儿
he felt that the vast sea in front of him was almost extremely fluctuating, as if he had healed himself. The sea came to the middle of the rocks and rushed in mysteriously and quickly, soaking him and flowing into his body. The blue color quickly dyed his whole body. After a while,
又从他体内退去了。这时，蓝蓝的海水中出现了一条水脉，白色波浪翻滚着纤细的泡沫，那水脉笔直地冲向这边的岸上来。到浅滩时，游泳的人
it retreated from his body again. At this time, a water vein appeared in the blue sea water, with white waves rolling with slender foam, and the water vein rushed straight toward the shore here. When we reached the shallows, the swimming person
忽地像打破寂静般的从水中冒出来，一瞬，他抹去身体上的泡沫，平静地站起来。他那强劲有力的脚踢着海水走过来，一个美得令人吃惊的男子。
Suddenly the earth emerged from the water like breaking silence. In an instant, he wiped away the foam from his body and stood up calmly. His powerful foot kicked the sea water. A surprisingly beautiful man.
说他像古希腊式的雕像，他更像布罗奔尼撒派的青铜雕塑家们制作的阿波罗，身体上洋溢着一种令人急不可耐的温柔美丽，气质高雅，挺拔的颈项，优雅的肩膀。
He is said to be like a statue from ancient Greece, and he is more like the Apollo made by bronze sculptors of the Berpenissa school, with an impatient gentle beauty on his body. Elegant temperament, upright neck and elegant shoulders.
平缓宽阔的胸，带着优雅气氛的圆润手臂，纤长清洁而充实的躯干，收起剑一样雄健的脚。站在波浪边的青年，像是被岩石脚碰了一下似的，稍稍将身子侧转。
The gentle and broad chest, the round arms with an elegant atmosphere, the slender, clean and fulfilling torso, the strong feet as strong as swords. The young man standing by the waves turned his body slightly as if he was touched by a rock corner.
右手和脸掉向左面，像是在查看左肋部，脚跟微微56起，余光的反射照亮了他的侧脸，看上去像是在微笑一般。俊俏泪细眉，深深地带些忧郁的眼睛。
His right hand and face fell to the left, as if he was looking at the left rib, his heels slightly raised 56 times, and the reflection of the afterglow illuminated his side face, looking like he was smiling. Beautiful and thin eyebrows, with deep melancholy eyes.
稍带厚重气息又露带稚气的嘴唇，这些不是那张稀有少见脑上的精美设计。那挺拔的鼻梁牵引着两颊，在青年脸庞上给人留下一种除了高雅和粗俗以外。
The lips with a slightly thick and childish breath are the exquisite designs on the rare brain. The straight nose bridge pulls the cheeks, leaving people with a kind of elegance and vulgarity on the young man's face.
莫可名状的某种纯洁野性的印象。更值得提到的是，那灰暗、毫无冲动感觉的眼光，洁白的牙齿，缓缓挥动手臂那慵懒的姿势，以及那跃动身子的动作等等，相互辉映。
An indescribable impression of some pure and wild nature. What is more worth mentioning is that the dark, impulsive eyes, white teeth, the lazy posture of slowly waving the arms, and the movements of jumping their bodies, reflect each other.
更突出了这头美丽的狼的习性。是啊，这张脸是狼的美貌。尽管这么说，那肩头的圆润，那胸部显露的无垢，那嘴唇的娇艳，都给人一种难以言表的甜美。
It further highlights the habits of this beautiful wolf. Yes, this face is the beauty of a wolf. Despite this, the roundness of the shoulders, the perfection of the chest, and the delicate lips. They all give people an indescribable sweetness.
伏尔泰对13世纪的美丽传说，阿米斯和埃米尔所说的那种文艺复兴时期早期的甜美，以后成为那种杜绝想象的壮大而神秘的强劲展开的萌芽，那种与
Voltaire's early sweetness of the Renaissance, mentioned in the beautiful legend of the 13th century, Amos and Amir, later became the germination of the strong and mysterious development of the strong unfolding that eliminated imagination, that kind of
早期的甜美相类似的东西，让人觉得正在从这个青年内体的微妙曲线中散发出芬芳。贵郡府曾憎恶过世上所有的美玉年，这回让他心说诚服地沉默了。
The sweetness of the early days makes people feel that it is emitting fragrance from the subtle curves of this young man's inner body. Hui Juanfu once hated all the aesthetic education years in the world. This time he was convinced and silent.
因为他有一种忽然把美和幸福迅速连在一起考虑的坏习惯，叫他的憎恶沉默的不是这青年身上无可挑剔的美，而是可以掂量出的这青年所具有的无可挑剔的幸福感。
Because he has a bad habit of suddenly connecting beauty and happiness to quickly consider it. What makes him hatred silent is not the impeccable beauty in this young man, but the impeccable sense of happiness that can be weighed.
青年无意地往郡府站的地方瞟了一眼，毫不介意地避到岩石后面。不一会儿又走出来，已经安好了白才衫和朴素的藏青花肌裤子。他吹着口哨。
The young man glanced at the place where Juanfu stood unintentionally and avoided behind the rocks. After a while, I walked out again and had already installed my white shirt and simple navy blue pants. He whistled.
登上刚才郡府定下来的石阶，郡府也紧随其后踏着台阶上去。青年回过头来，望了一眼老作家。也许是下球阳光正面照射过来的关系，他的小毛形成影子。
After climbing the stone steps that Juanfu set down just now, Juanfu followed him and stepped up the steps. The young man turned around and looked at the old writer. Perhaps it was because Xia Qiu was shining on the front, and his xiaomao formed a shadow.
那双眼睛更显得幽暗。刚才裸体时那光彩照人的青年，像是稍微失去了一点幸福的影子，让郡府有些不解。玉年转过了小路，于是小路不见了。
Those eyes looked even darker. The radiant young man when he was naked just now seemed to have lost a little of his happiness, which made Juanfu a little puzzled. Yuannian turned the path, so the path disappeared.
老作家气喘吁吁地追到小路的入口，已经没有再进去追踪青年的力气了。小路深处像有一片草坪，传来像是那个青年人明朗活泼的声音，还在睡午觉啊，真傻。
The old writer panted and chased to the entrance of the path, no longer having the strength to go in and track the young man. There was a lawn deep in the path, and the bright and lively voice of the young man came from it. It's still taking a nap, so stupid.
你睡觉的时候，我已经去海里游了一圈回来了。收拾收拾，准备回去吧。一个少女从树丛里站起来，细细柔软的手臂高高举起，大大的伸了个懒腰，竟然就在郡府的近旁。
When you were sleeping, I had already swam in the sea for a while. Get packed and get ready to go back. A girl stood up from the bushes, raised her thin and soft arms high, stretched her waist wide. She was actually near Xuanfu.
她那孩子气上装背上的纽扣松开了，青年人再给她扣上， 少女天真地拍去草地午睡时粘在衣襟上的花粉和土粒，手反过来拍背心的时候，脸侧转了过来。他是康子。
The buttons on her childish top were loosened, and the young man was buttoning her. The girl innocently patted the pollen and soil on the lapel of her clothes when she took a nap on the grass. When her hands were patting her vest, her face turned sideways. She is Kangzi.
俊甫全身瘫软地跌坐在石阶上，他掏出根烟抽起来。他尝到了赞美之念和嫉妒之苦混杂在一起的滋味。这种吃辣的感觉在他已不是什么新鲜事了。
Juanfu fell to the stone steps with a limp body, and he took out a cigarette and started smoking. He tasted the mixed feelings of the thought of praise and the pain of jealousy. This feeling of eating wax is no longer new to him.
可这时，俊甫的心与其说在康子身上，还不如说是在那青年身上。完美的玉年形象，完全的外表美的具象，这个丑闻的作家青年时期的理想正在眼前。
But at this time, Juanfu's heart was more about that young man than Kangzi. The perfect image of the year, the concrete image of the complete appearance of beauty, the ideal of this scandal writer in his youth is in front of him.
可这理想在人前是被隐瞒的，不仅如此，连他自己本身对这理想都有非议。精神的青春，精神性的青年时代，这是让青年现看着失去青年相的有毒观念。俊甫的青年时代。
But this ideal is concealed in front of others. Not only that, he himself criticized this ideal. Spiritual youth, this is a poisonous concept that makes youth lose their youth appearance. Juanfu's youth.
是在青年理想的炽烈渴望中度过的，那是多么愚蠢的事啊！因为青年时代各种各样的愿望和绝望让我们痛苦，至少还没考虑把这种痛苦说成不过是青年特有的苦恼。
It is spent in the fiery desire of youth ideals. What a stupid thing that is. Because in youth, all kinds of wishes and despairs made us suffer. At least we have not considered saying this pain as just a unique distress of youth.
可俊甫在年轻时老这么想，他不允许有自我观念、思想及所谓文学青春的所有作品中有什么永久的、普遍的、一般的、不快的、暖昧的所谓浪漫主义谁酒性的东西。另一方面，
Juanfu always thought so when he was young. He does not allow self-concepts or thoughts, that is, there is something permanent, universal, general, unhappy, and ambiguous in all the works of the so-called literary youth. On the other hand,
他的愚蠢行为只是傻气的田间尝试。那时，他内心唯一的希望就是得到一种获得思考能力的幸福，这种思考能力就是把自己的痛苦。
His stupid behavior is just a foolish field attempt. At that time, his only hope in his heart was to obtain the happiness of thinking, and this kind of thinking ability was to bring one's own pain.
想象成青年是正当的十全十美的痛苦，另外又把自己的喜悦想象成正当的喜悦。人生中必须具备这样的能力。这回只有这回，我是安心认输了。俊甫想。
Imagine it as the perfect pain that is just a youth. In addition, imagine your own joy as legitimate joy. This ability must be possessed in life. This time is only this time. I admit defeat with peace of mind. Juanfu thought.
那青年是一切美的集中，使人生欣欣向荣的佼佼者，艺术绝污染不了他。他是为爱女人又受女人爱而出生的男人。我可以放心地撒开手了，不用说我该退让了。
That youth is the concentration of all beauty. He is the best in life, and art will never pollute him. He is a man born to love women and be loved by women. I can let go of my hands with confidence. Needless to say, I should give in.
我和美斗了一辈子，终于到了要和美握手言和的时候了。也许正因为此，上天才把这两人送到我面前来的吧。两人从只能让情人通过的小路，扭捏的一前一后的走近了。
I have fought with May all my life, and it is finally time to shake hands with May and make peace. Maybe it was because of this that God sent these two people to me. The two of them walked from the path that they could only let their lovers pass through, one after another, and one behind them.
先注意到郡府的是康子，老作家何康宇脸对着脸，他的眼睛是痛苦的，嘴上却笑着。康子脸色发郁，垂下了眼帘，就这样垂着眼密，问郡卜：“您是来工作的吗？”“是啊，今天起。”
The one who noticed Juanfu first was Kangzi. The old writer and Kang Yu face to face. His eyes were painful, but his mouth was smiling. Kang Zi's face was developing and he lowered his eyes. Just like that, he lowered his eyes and asked Captain June, "Are you here to work?" "Yes, start today."
青年有些惊讶地望着郡府。康子介绍道：“这位是我的朋友阿优，我姓南，叫优一。”听了郡卜的名字，青年像是并没有什么意外。也许以前听康子讲过我的事吧。
The young man looked at Juanfu in surprise. Kangzi introduced. "This is my friend, Ah Yu. My surname is Nan and my name is Yi." After hearing Guan Jun's name, the young man seemed to be no surprise. Maybe he had heard Kangzi talk about me before.
郡府想着，也许他从不吃惊，从没看过我3次出版的全集吧，所以对我的名字无所谓吧。这样，我更高兴。三人前前后后递上了公园的世界。
Juanfu thought, maybe he was never surprised. He had never seen the complete works I published 3 times, so he didn't care about my name. This way, I was happier. The 3 of them climbed the stone steps of the park.
叼着观光的很幽静等等无关紧要的话。沙府十分宽容，尽管他不是那种会说说笑笑的人，但心情爆好。3人坐上郡府雇来的车回到了旅馆，晚饭也是3人一同吃的。
It's quiet and insignificant. Sha Fu is very tolerant. Although he is not the kind of person who can talk and laugh, he has a good mood. The 3 of them took the car hired by Junsu to return to the hotel. The 3 of them also ate dinner together.
这是优一的建议。吃完饭，分头回各自的房间。不一会儿，优一一个人穿着长浴衣出现在郡府的房间里。能进来吗？还在工作啊？他在隔扇门外问。 进来吧。
This is Yuichi's suggestion. After dinner, they went back to their respective rooms separately. After a while, Yui appeared in Xuanfu's room wearing a long bathrobe. Can you come in? You're still working. He asked outside the partition door. Come in.
阿康洗澡很慢，一个人在屋里无聊。他这样说着，可那灰暗瞳孔的忧郁神色比上午更浓了。俊甫以作家的直觉感到，他肯定是有什么话要说。
Akang took a shower very slowly and was bored alone in the house. He said this, but the melancholy look in the dark pupils was stronger than in the morning. Juanfu felt with the writer's intuition. He must have something to say.
说了一会儿无关紧要的话，青年渐渐露出想一吐为快的焦躁神情。终于，他问：“您在这待多久？预定吗？我尽可能坐今晚10点的船或明早的汽车回去。”
After saying something irrelevant for a while, the young man gradually showed an anxious look of wanting to vomit. Finally, he asked, How long have you been here? It's booked. I'll take the boat at 10 o'clock tonight or the car tomorrow morning as much as possible.
真的想今晚就动身的，俊甫大感意外，问：“那康子怎么办？这就是要同您商量的，把阿元雇在您这里，真的希望先生能和阿康结婚。体怕是什么地方搞错了吧？”
I really want to go tonight. Juanfu was surprised and asked, What should Kangzi do? This is what you want to discuss with you. Put a yuan in your place. I really hope that Mr. can marry a Kong. I'm afraid I'm getting something wrong.
不是的，我今晚在这儿实在是受不了了。怎么回事？青年用直率甚至是冷峻的口气说：“先生大概会理解的，我爱不了女孩子，知道吗？我的身体可以爱女孩子。”
No, I can't stand it anymore tonight. What's going on? The young man said in a straightforward and even cold tone. Sir, probably understand, I can't love girls. Do you know, my body can love girls.
但我的感情只是精神上的东西。我自出生以来就从没想过女孩子。女人在我面前都引不起欲望。尽管如此，我还想欺骗自己，还欺骗什么也不知道的女孩子。
But my feelings are just spiritual things. I have never thought of girls since I was born. Women can't arouse desire in front of me. Despite this, I still want to deceive myself and girls who don't know anything.
俊甫的眼里翻动着复杂的颜色，他的素质不能使他感情上对这些问题做出共鸣。俊甫的素质基本上是正常的。于是他问：“那你喜欢什么呢？我吗？”
Juanfu's eyes were filled with complex colors. His qualities cannot make him emotionally resonate with these issues. Juanfu's quality is basically normal. So he asked, Then what do you like? Well.
青年脸颊上泛出红晕，我只百欢男孩子。把这问题和康子挑明了吗？俊甫问。没有，千万别挑明，不省发生什么事也别挑明。有的事可以让女人知道，有的事则不可以。
The young man's cheeks flushed. I'm only a boy with 100 happy things. Did you jump this question with Kangzi? Juanfu asked. No, don't make it clear. Don't make it clear if you don't care about what happens. Some things can be known to women, while others cannot.
我对于这问题缺乏足够的知识，只是觉得别同女人挑明对自己有利。像康子那样喜欢你的少女出现了，反正总要结婚，就同她结婚得了。你把结婚再看得琐碎一点。
I lack sufficient knowledge of this problem, but I just think it is not to show it to my advantage with women. A girl who likes you like Kangzi appears. Anyway, she always wants to get married, so she can get married. You think about marriage as trivial.
再无所谓一点吧。只有把它当成天所谓的事，那才能安心称其为神圣。郡府心里荡漾起一股恶魔般的欣喜，于是3次出版全集的艺术家发出与其身份不相称的。
It doesn't matter a little more. Only by treating it as what heaven calls it, can one be called sacred with peace of mind. Juanfu felt a sense of devilish joy in his heart, so the artist who published the complete works 3 times issued an inconsistent with his identity.
害怕世人听见时的笑声，盯着青年的脸问：这2、3个晚上，你们什么也投干？那太好了，对女人这东西就要这样来教育。郡府爽朗地大笑起来。
Fearing that the world heard laughter, he stared at the young man's face and asked, You have to do anything in these 2 or 3 nights? Yeah, that's great, you should educate women like this. Juanfu laughed heartily.
还没有一个朋友见过他这样的大笑。从我长久的经验来看，对女人不能教给她们快活。快活是男人的悲剧性发明，只要有这个就够了。
No friend has ever seen him laugh like this. From my long-term experience, women cannot be taught to be happy. Happy is a tragic invention of men, as long as this is enough.
郡府眼里浮起了近乎恍惚的慈爱色彩。你们俩一定会像我想象的那样，成为理想的夫妻。他添了一句，只是汉说幸福的意思。这门婚姻对女人来说，肯定是不幸的婚姻。
A nearly dazed love appeared in Juanfu's eyes. You two will definitely become ideal couples as I imagined. He added. It's just that Han says the word happy. This marriage is definitely an unfortunate marriage for women.
而对傻府来说，是多么令人心情振奋的事啊！错住优一的力量，他觉得他能够将100个无垢的女人送进尼姑庵。就这样，老作家心里产生了有生以来第一次感到的。
And for Shafu, what an exciting thing. So sway Yuichi's power, he felt that he could send 100 perfect women into the nunnery. In this way, the old writer felt the first time in his life.
具有自己本质的热情。第2章镜子的契约，我做不了。优一绝望地说，圆眼睛里闪着泪光。如果真能接受这样的忠告，当然。
Have your own passion. Chapter 2 Mirrors Contract, I can't do it. Yui said in despair, tears flashing in his round eyes. If you can really accept such advice, of course.
谁都会像郡府这样毫不相干的外人吐露自己的隐私。郡府的结婚劝告对优一来说是残酷的。把一切挑明之后，他又萌生出后悔的念头。
Everyone will reveal their privacy to an irrelevant outsider like Juanfu. Xuanfu's marriage advice is cruel to Yuichi. After making everything clear, he had the idea of regret.
当时那样疯狂地想把一切都挑明的冲动已不值一提了。3个晚上什么也没子的痛苦让涟漪爆发了。康瑜绝不来挑逗，真让他挑逗，倒是能把真相和盘托出了。
The impulse to make everything crazy at that time is no longer worth mentioning. The pain of nothing in 3 nights made Lian Yi burst out. Kang Yu would never tease her. She really teased her. She could tell the truth.
可在那充满海潮气息的幽暗中，风不时吹拂着蒙黄色的蚊帐，少女紧盯着天花板，轻轻发出珍惜的唾态，竟从没有将优一的心拨乱过。
But in the darkness full of sea tides, the wind blew from time to time on the cute yellow mosquito net. The girl stared at the ceiling in gently saliva, and never let out a slutty heart.
两人在令人恐怖的疲劳中落入了唾眠，这样苦苦地持续争着服，博士到生命的尽头，也不会再睡着了。洞开的窗户外，星空，蒸汽船轻轻的汽笛声，康子和优一。
The two fell into a terrifying fatigue. I will continue to accept this hard and I will never fall asleep again until the end of my life. Outside the open window, the starry sky, the gentle whistle of the steamboat. Kenko and Yuichi.
久久的，深夜不翻地现睁静望着，听着，一句话也不说，一动也不动。他们觉得，真的互相说一句话，真的动一动身子，也许会立刻引起什么不测之举。他的，说实在的。
After a long time, my body was not overturned and I looked at it, listened, said nothing, and moved. They felt that if they really said a word to each other and moved their bodies, they might immediately cause some unexpected actions. To be honest.
两人都急不可耐地等待着相同的行为，相同的事态，总之是在等着同一样东西。康子因感到羞耻而站立，可他不知道比他强几百倍的狂烈羞耻正冲击着优一。
Both of them were waiting impatiently for the same behavior in the same situation, but in short, they were waiting for the same thing. Yasuko fought for shame. But she didn't know that the crazy shame, which was hundreds of times stronger than her, was hitting Yuichi.
他甚至想去死。他静静地流着汗，乌黑的瞳仁闪烁着，手按在胸口上。睡在自己身边纹丝不动的少女，对于优一来说就是死。假如他往这边靠一点过来，那就更是死了。
He even wanted to die. He was sweating quietly, his black pupils flashing, and his hands pressed on his chest. The girl who sleeps beside her does not move is death for Yuichi. If she leaned over here, she would be even more dead.
他憎恨自己，为什么会厚着脸皮接受源于的邀请，到这里来呢？现在死还来得及。他好几次这样想，立刻起来，跑下那段石阶，再跑到临海的断崖上，不就成了吗？
He hated himself for.
想到死的那一刹那，他觉得一切都成可能了。他可能被陶醉，那会带来快活。他假装打了个哈欠，大声说了句：“啊，真困啊。” 他翻了个身，背朝着康子，蜷起身子假睡。不一会儿
Thinking of the moment he died, he felt that everything was possible. He may be intoxicated, and that will bring happiness. He pretended to yawn and said loudly, "Ah, I'm so sleepy." He turned over, turned his back to Kangzi, and curled up to sleep. After a while,
听到康子轻巧的咳嗽声，他知道他还没拖着。他忽然产生了询问的勇气：“睡不着吗？”“没有。”低低的如流水般的声音连于回答。于是两人互相假装睡着。
Hearing Kangzi's light cough, he knew she hadn't spitted yet. He suddenly had the courage to ask, "Can't you sleep?" No, low, flowing water voice, Lian Yu replied. So the two pretended to be asleep to each other.
本想骗骗对方，没想到不知什么时候也骗了自己，真地睡着了。他做了个幸福的梦，上帝给天使一道杀了他吧的许可。梦里他大哭起来。
I wanted to cheat the other party. I didn't expect that I would lie to myself at some point. Really fell asleep. He had a happy dream. God gave the angel a permission to kill him. He burst into tears in his dream.
还好梦里的哭声和眼泪都没有泄露到现实中来。于是优异感到自己还剩着足够的虚荣心，他安定下来。尚在思春期的7年里，优异已经开始吸恶起肉欲来。
Fortunately, the crying and tears in the dream did not leak into reality. So Yui Qi felt that he had enough vanity left, and he calmed down. During the 7 years of thinking about the spring, Yui Qi had already begun to cherish evil and become carnal.
他保持着清洁的身子。他热爱的是数学和体育、几何学、微积分、跳商、游泳。这种希腊风格的选择，其实也并非什么有意识的选择。数学在某种程度上能使他的头脑透明。
He kept his body clean. What he mourns is mathematics and sports. Geometry, calculus, commerce, swimming. This Greek-style choice is not a conscious choice. Mathematics can make his mind transparent to some extent.
竞技在某种程度上能使他的精神抽象化。尽管这么说，可还是有一次在体育俱乐部里看到一个低年级同学脱下汗涔涔的衬衫，周围飘散着年轻人肉体的气息时。
To some extent, competition can abstract his spirit. Even so. But once, in a sports club, I saw a lower-grade classmate taking off his sweaty shirt, and the smell of a young man was floating around.
他醉倒了，他起快跳出门外，一头扑倒在薄幕笼罩着的运动场大草坪上，把脸紧贴在夏天坚硬的青草上。他等待着欲望的平息。张球队员练习击球，发出干燥的啪嗒。
He was drunk. He quickly jumped out of the door, threw himself on the large lawn of the sports field covered by the dusk, and pressed his face against the hard green grass of summer. He waited for the silence of desire. Camphor players practice batting. It's dry, smack.
啪嗒声，那声音回荡在傍晚失色的天空中，从看台的四面八方传过来。优异忽然感到有什么东西披在他裸露的肩膀上了，一看是一块浴巾，雪白的粗纤维。
The sound of the snap echoed in the dazed sky in the evening and came from all directions of the stands. Yuichi suddenly felt something hanging on his naked shoulders. At first glance, it was a bath towel. Snow-white coarse fiber.
像火挠一样刺着他的皮肤，你怎么了？要伤风的哟。优一抬起头，刚才那个低年级同学已经穿好了衣服，制帽的帽檐下，一张微微笑着的脸正俯视着他。
It pierced his skin like a fire scratch. What's wrong with you? You're going to be cold. Yui raised his head. The lower grade classmate just now had already put on his clothes. Under the brim of the hat, a smiling face was looking down at him.
优一冷淡地道了声谢谢，站了起来。他把浴巾搭在肩上，准备回民去，老感到背后那低年级同学紧盯守自己的肩膀看。他没有回头，根据自己纯洁而奇怪的推理。
Yui said coldly, "Thank you," and stood up. He put the bath towel on his shoulder to prepare to go to the rebels, and always felt that the lower grade classmate behind him staring at his shoulders. He didn't look back. According to one's own pure and strange reasoning.
优一觉察那少年喜欢他，于是他心想自己绝不能去喜欢这少年。一旦绝不会爱上女人，却偏偏迫切希望爱上女人的自己下喜欢上那少年的话，那么
Yui realized that the boy liked him, so he thought that he could never like the boy. If you never fall in love with a woman but desperately hope to fall in love with a woman, then
少年的男人身份就会落到女人的位置上，那少年不就变为难以言表的无感觉存在了吗？爱难道就是把对方变成自己不想去爱的东西吗？
The boy's identity as a man will fall into a woman's position, and will the boy become an indescribable feeling? Does love mean turning the other person into something you don't want to love?
优一的这些字白里透出了这样的信息，以往还没有转移到现实里去的那些涉世未深的欲望，正在侵蚀到现实里边去。他几时和现实交锋呢？期在他该和现实交锋的地方。
These confessions of Yuichi reveal the following message. The in-depth desires that have not been transferred to reality in the past are eroding into reality. When will he confront reality? 7. Where he should confront reality?
他的欲望已经兜了一圈，侵蚀着现实，于是现实永远改变成了虚构，他只能依照欲望驱使的形式出现。他绝不会碰到他想要的东西，再往前，他就只能碰到自己的欲望了。
His desire has gone around and eroded reality, so reality has changed forever into fiction, and it can only appear in the form driven by desire. He would never touch what he wanted. If he moved forward, he would have to touch his own desires.
俊甫觉得3个晚上什么也没干的痛苦坦白，对制止住这个青年欲望齿轮的空转是有用的。这难道不就是艺术的典型，艺术所创造的现实雏形吗？
Junfu felt that the painful confession of doing nothing for 3 nights is useful in stopping the idleness of this young man's desire gear. Isn't this a typical example of art and a prototype of reality created by art?
优一想要把他的欲望变成他的现实癖，首先必须让他的欲望、现实统统死去的尽瞥知道，在这个世界上， 这两者本是无规无矩并存着的，但是
If Yi wants to turn his desire into his reality, first of all, he must let his desires and reality die. Know that in this world, these two are coexisting indiscriminate coexistence, but
艺术首先必须敢于冒犯存在的成规，因为艺术本身必须存在。桂俊甫全部作品该感到羞耻的是，从第一部起，他就放弃了对现实复仇的计划，因此他的作品不是现实。
Art must first dare to offend the rules of existence. Because art itself must exist. What should be ashamed of Hikaru's entire works is that from the first step, he gave up his plan to revenge on reality. Therefore, his work is not reality.
他的欲望轻易地和现实接触，那份苦涩让他咬着牙把欲望融进他的作品里，而且他那接二连三的愚蠢行为，在欲望和现实之间来来回回，只充当了使用浮华辞藻的角色。
His desires easily contact reality, and the bitterness made him grit his teeth and melt their desires into his works. Moreover, his one after another, his stupid behavior went back and forth between desire and reality, and only acted as a role in using flashy words.
那种无可比拟的华丽装饰风格的文体，充其量不过是现实的图案，现实只不过是让他欲望侵蚀过的、重铸斑痕累累的奇异花纹而已。再说的不客气一点，他的艺术。
That incomparable gorgeous decorative style is at best a realistic pattern, and reality is just a strange pattern that has eroded his desires and is full of insect-eaten spots. To be honest, his art.
他的3次出版的全集根本就不存在，因为他们一次也没有冒犯过存在的成规。这个老作家已经失去了提携创造的臂力，他疲于奔命地操持着严密的造型作业。
His 3 published complete works do not exist at all, because they have never offended the rules of existence once. This old writer has lost the arm to support creation. He was exhausted and carried out his strict styling homework.
现在唯一的工作就是往他过去的作品上加些漂亮的注释。青年优一在这个时候出现，对他是一种什么样的讽刺呀？优一具有这老作家所没有的青年的一切资格。
The only job now is to add some beautiful annotations to his past works. What kind of irony does the youth Yui Qi appear at this time? Yui Qi has all the qualifications of a young man that this old writer does not have.
与此同时，他还具有老作家以假定形式期盼的最高形象。他不爱女人二这个矛盾而又理想的形象，在俊甫的一生中，假如他具有盼望已久的青年资格。
At the same time, he also has the highest blessing that the old writers hope for in presumptive forms. He does not love women too, the contradictory and ideal image, in Juanfu's life, if he had the long-awaited youth qualification.
受女人不治连遭不幸的话，是继承俊甫观念的存在，那已经只会感觉到不幸的观念。是他青春之理想与老年的悔恨交织而成的混血式的存在，那就是优一。
If a woman is not suffering from misfortune, it is the existence that inherits Xuanfu's concept. The concept that can only feel misfortune is a mixed-blood existence formed by his youthful ideals and the regrets of old age. That is Yui Qi.
假如俊辅是优姨那样的年轻人，让女人喜欢，那是多么幸福呀！假如俊辅像优姨那样不喜欢女人，甚而言之，假定不喜欢女人都可以收拾完的话，那俊辅
If Shunsuke was a young man like Yuichi, it would be so happy that women would like it. If Shunfu doesn't like women like Yuichi, or even if he doesn't like women, he can finish it, then Shunfu.
这一生将会是多么幸福啊！就这样，优异成了俊辅的观念，他的艺术品的化身。一切文体从形容词部分开始变旧，也就是说，形容词是肉体，是青春。俊辅觉得
How happy this life will be. In this way, Yuichi became Shunsuke's concept, the incarnation of his works of art. All styles start to become old from the adjective part. In other words, the adjective is the body in youth. Juanfu felt.
怒一相当于形容词一类的东西。这个老作家像审讯犯人的警官那样，脸上浮着浅浅的微笑，胳膊肘直着桌子，穿着浴衣，架起二郎腿，听着优一的叙述。不要紧，结婚吧。
Anger is equivalent to something like adjectives. This old writer. Like the police officer interrogating the prisoner, he had a shallow smile on his face, supported the table with his elbows, wore a bathrobe, raised his legs and listened to Yuichi's narrative. It doesn't matter, get married.
可是，和自己不要的人怎么能结婚呢？不是玩笑。人呐，和粗木棍、冰箱都能结婚。结婚这玩意儿是人发明的吗？是人们力所能及的一项工作，不需要欲望之类的东西。
But, how can you get married with someone you don't want? 7-inch, not a joke. People can get married with thick wooden sticks and refrigerators. Marriage is invented by humans. It is a job that people can do, and they don't need things like desires.
至少在近一个世纪里，人们正在忘却根据欲望行事的做法。请把对方当成炉柴棒，当成坐垫，当成月店里吊着的牛肉块来考虑，一定会引出你的虚假欲望，让对方满意。
For at least nearly a century, people are forgetting the way they act according to desire. Please treat the other party as a reed stick, a seat cushion, or a beef piece hanging in the reading shop to test the filtering will definitely arouse your false desires. Make the other person satisfied.
就傻前面我说过的，交给女人快乐有百害而无一利。赢要紧的是不能给予对方精神的承认，自己这边也不能剩下精神的残渣。是的，不能只把对手考当成物质。
Just as I said before, teaching women happiness can be harmful but not beneficial. The important thing to win is that you cannot give the other party a spiritual recognition. There is no spiritual residue left here. Yes, you can't just treat your opponent's test as material.
这是我长久的苦痛经验告诉我的，就像进澡堂时必须先摘掉手表一样。面对女人，如果不去除精神因素，那么那玩意儿会突然蔫了，成不了事。我没那么干。
This is what my long-term painful experience tells me. Just like when you enter the bathhouse, you must take off your watch first. If you don't remove the mental factors, then the thing will suddenly become weak and won't do anything. I didn't do that.
所以我一生丢了无数的表，我一生都让制造手表的事破破着，20个锈蚀的表集到一块儿，这回出了这本全集。你看过吗？哦，不，还没有。青年脸纹上羞红起来。
So I lost countless watches throughout my life, and I forced the manufacturing of watches throughout my life. 20 rusty watches were collected together, and this time I released this complete collection. Have you seen it? Oh, no, not yet. The young man's face turned red when he smelled it.
我觉得句是有些听懂先生的话了。我也老是想来着，我为什么一次也没想过要女人的事呢？每当想到对于女人是欺骗我精神之爱的时候，
I think they all understand the teacher's words a little. I always think about it. Why haven't I ever thought about having a woman? Whenever I think of my spiritual love for women,
我就会倾向于那种考鲁欺骗精神本身的想法。现在我也是经常考虑的，为什么我不能和别人一样？为什么我的朋友们没有我这样的肉欲和精神的乖戾呢？都一样的。
I will tend to the idea of Keiru deceiving the spirit itself. Now I often think about it. Why can't I be like others? Why are my friends not as carnal and mentally perverted as I am? It's all the same.
人都是一样的。老作家提高嗓门，可是不这样考虑问题是青年人的特权啊。可就只有我不一样，这也没什么不好。我想依仗你的这份确信，返老还童哟。
People are the same.
这个狡猾的老人说，而优异还是优异，他自身的秘密素质，他自己那让丑陋苛责的素质，使郡府不仅有兴趣，还要寄托憧憬，他感到了困惑。可是
The cunning old man said. And Yui is still Yui. His own secret qualities and his own ugliness and harsh qualities made Juanfu not only interested, but also wanted to express his longing. He was confused. But
优一对有生以来第一次听他挑明秘密的这个对手出卖掉所有的秘密，对这种背叛自己的行为，他却感到了欣喜，就像一个被可恨的主人诧异的麦苗人。
For the first time in his life, Yuichi's opponent who heard him reveal his secrets, betrayed all the secrets, for this betrayal of himself. But he felt happy. He was like a soldier who was sent by a hateful owner.
经常去自己喜欢的客人那里，将所有的苗都贱卖出去时所感到的那种欣喜。他简明扼要地说明了自己与康子的关系。他的父亲和庚子的父亲是老朋友。大学里
I often go to my favorite guests and sell all the seedlings out of stock. He briefly explained his relationship with Kangzi. His father and Gengzi's father were old friends. In college.
优一的父亲学的是工科，毕业后作为技术人员担当重任，一直做到菊井财阀的子公司的总经理才死去的。那是昭和19年夏天的事。康子的父亲从经济学系毕业后，
Yuichi's father studied engineering. After graduation, he took on the heavy responsibility as a technician and became the general manager of the subsidiary of the Kikui Kaibao. That happened in the summer of the 19th year of Showa. Kangzi's father graduated from the Department of Economics.
在菜百货公司任职，现在是那里的专务。根据父亲们以前所定的盟约，优一到了22岁的那年元旦和康子订婚。他的冷淡让康子绝望。他到俊夫家里来玩的时候
Working in the vegetable department store, now it is a specialist there. According to the previous covenant made by his fathers, Yuichi got engaged to Yasuko on New Year's Day when he was 22 years old. His indifference made Kangzi desperate. When she came to Juanfu's house to play,
都是叫优一出去玩，而叫他不动的日子居多。今年夏天，他终于和优一2个人来到 K 镇旅行了。康子猜测他是否还有其他意中人，为此而烦恼不已。这是对未婚夫的疑团。
They are asked Yui to go out to play, but most of the days they tell him not to move. This summer, she finally came to K-Town with Yui or two. Kangzi guessed whether he had any other lovers, and was worried about it. This is a mystery to the fiancé.
可是优一除了扇子没其他女人。他现在还在一所私立大学里念书。他和患慢性肾炎的母亲和一个女佣3人生活在一起。在这个健全的没落家庭里，他那骂成的孝心。
But Yui has no other women except for the fan. He is still studying in a private university. He lives with his mother with chronic nephritis and a maid. In this sound and declining family, his filial piety was scolding.
常常是母亲苦恼的种子。就母亲知道的，恋着这个美青年的女性，除了未婚妻以外，还有很多，可她一概不搭理。她以为
It is often the seed of mother's distress. As far as my mother knows, there are many other women who are in love with this beautiful young man besides their fiancé, but he ignores them. She thought.
这是孩子顾及到母亲有病缠身，或是出于某种经济考虑吧。我可没打算把你培养成这种没出息的孩子呀。这个坦率的母亲说，你父亲要是活着，该怎样伤心哟。
This is because the child is worried that the mother is sick or because of some financial considerations. I don't plan to raise you into such a boring child. The frank mother said, How can you be sad if your father is alive?
你父亲从上大学起就没日没夜地玩女人，后来上了年纪才会那样安分守己，给了我很大安慰。像你这样年轻轻的不玩女人，将来上了年纪，康子可有罪受喽。
Since your father went to college, he has been playing with women day and night. Later, when I got older, I became so obedient and gave me great comfort. A young woman like you don't play with it. When Kang Zi gets older in the future, he will suffer.
瞧你那张脸，倒是像受你父亲遗传的花花公子相。真想不到啊，做母亲的总想早一天看到孙子的脸，不喜欢痱子你就赶快毁了那婚约，自己找个喜欢的带回来也可以。
Look at your face, it looks like a playboy inherited by your father. I really can't imagine that as a mother, I always want to see my grandson's face one day earlier. If you don't like a useless person, you can quickly destroy the engagement and find someone you like to bring it back.
和一个人定下来以前，只要不干什么傻事，你挑10个20个也没关系呀。只是你妈这病， 不知什么时候就微守归西了，还是稍微快点办婚事吧，男人不像个男子汉可不成。
Before you decide to make a decision with someone, as long as you don't do anything stupid, it doesn't matter if you pick 10 or 20. But, your mother's illness is gone, and she won't know when she will turn away. It's better to get married quickly. It's not like a man.
担心钱不够用，不要紧，就是瘦死、哭死，吃饭的钱还是不成问题的嘛。这个月比平时多给你1倍，可别拿学校买书去啊。他用那钱去学习舞蹈，舞蹈技术令人吃惊的长进。
Worry about not enough money? It doesn't matter, it's just that it's thin and dead, so the money for eating is still not a problem. This month, I will give you twice as much as you normally would, so don't buy books from the school. He used that money to learn dance, and his dance skills were surprisingly improving.
这种纯艺术的舞蹈，比起眼下那种只好当作上床前难被活动的实用舞蹈来，当然带有一种过于圆滑而寂寞的感觉。瞧着他那压抑情绪的舞姿。
This purely artistic dance, compared to the practical dance that is currently hard to prepare for activities before going to bed, certainly has a feeling of being too smooth and lonely. Look at his depressing dance posture.
人们仿佛看到他美貌的内力，行动能量不断被扼杀的迹象。他参加了舞蹈比赛，还得了3等奖。3等奖的奖金是2000日元，为了母亲。
People seem to see his beautiful example, signs of his constant stifling of his action energy. He participated in a dance competition and won the 3rd prize. The 3rd prize is 2,000 yen, for the sake of the mother.
他想把钱存入母亲号称还有70万日元的银行存折里，结果发现存款余额惊人的计算错误。母亲因尿里有蛋白，常常卧病在床。
He wanted to deposit the money into his mother's bank passbook, which she claimed to have 700,000 yen, but found that the deposit balance was calculated in an astonishing error. My mother often gets sick in bed because of the protein in her urine.
存折管理都委托那个慢吞吞的劳小姐女佣阿瑶。当母亲问起存款余额时，这个规规定矩的女人总要从上到下细细加一遍再报告的。也就是说，换了新的存折后。
The passbook management entrusts the slow old lady maid a Yao. When the mother asks about the deposit balance, the woman with the rules always needs to add it carefully from top to bottom before reporting it. That is to say, after changing to a new passbook.
不管什么时候都是70万日元，优一直下来，已经只有35万了。证券收入每月2万左右进账，最近经济不景气，证券又招不住了。生活费，他的学费。
No matter when it is 700,000 yen. You have been down, and there are only 350,000 yuan. Securities revenue is about 20,000 yuan a month. The economy has been in a downturn recently, and securities can no longer attract them. Living expenses, his tuition fees.
母亲的疗养费，万一住院的住院费等都要筹措，不得已时，看来只有赶快卖掉这还不算狭小的房子。这个发现竟让优一大大高兴了一番。
Mother's care expenses. If the hospitalization fee is required, it seems that the only way to sell this not-so-small house as soon as possible. This discovery made Yui very happy.
以前他做什么都得考虑结婚的义务，房子卖掉后，三人只得住进仅仅容身的小屋子，优姨就可以回避结婚了。他今儿管理起家里的财产。他申辩说，在学校里学经济学。
In the past, he had to consider the obligation to get married whenever he did anything. After the house was sold, the three of them had to live in a small house where they could only accommodate him. Yui Chi could avoid getting married. He then managed the property of his family. He argued that he was studying economics in school.
正好实习，母亲看着这喜欢家计账本、埋头计算的儿子，心里真有说不出来的滋味。事实上，优一的这一行动是为了打消前面说过的母亲那过于直白的说教，拐一份是干干。
It happened to be an internship. My mother looked at her son who liked the accounting books and was burying her head in calculating, and she felt indescribable. In fact, Yuichi's action was to dispel the mother's overly straightforward preaching and do something.
让母亲免开尊口，那时他只能无可奈何地说：“还在做学生就喜欢家庭账本，真是个变态的家伙。”优一一听，脸都被气歪了。这句憋不住的话说出口，能刺得儿子激愤地跳起来。
She let her mother speak out. At that time, she could only say helplessly, "I am still a student, but I like family account books." What a pervert. When you heard this, her face was pissed off. This sentence that can't be held back can make my son jump up excitedly.
母亲对这种反应十分满足，但她不知道她话中的哪一部分刺伤了儿子。愤怒把优一从每天过于单调的加减乘除中解放了出来。
The mother was very satisfied with this reaction, but she didn't know which part of her words stabbed her son. Anger freed Yuichi from the excessively monotonous addition, subtraction, multiplication and division of every day.
他感到母亲践踏儿子浪漫幻想的时刻来到了。那幻想对他来说是无望的幻想，他感到母亲的希望对于他的绝望是一种侮辱。他这样说：“结婚什么的，岂有此理？”
He felt that the moment when his mother trampled on her son's romantic fantasy had come. The fantasy was a hopeless fantasy for him, and he felt his mother's hope and his despair was an insult to his mule. He said, "It's unreasonable to get married or something."
这房子非卖掉不可，经济窘困的情况被发现了。过去是怕儿子担心，一直瞒着他的。说笑话吧，还有70万的存款啊，缺35万呢，这计算错了吧？
This house must be sold. The financial difficulties were discovered. In the past, I was afraid that my son would worry and kept it from him. Tell me a joke. I still have a deposit of 700,000 yuan. There is a shortage of 350,000 J. The calculation is wrong.
要不就是你贪污了。肾脏病渐渐让他的理性也混进了蛋白。由于这样理直气壮，反倒驱使的热衷于搞一些小小的又不过分的阴谋。
Or you are corrupt. Kidney disease gradually made her rationality mixed with protein. Yuichi was so righteous, but instead drove him to keen on some small but not excessive conspiracy.
靠康子的陪嫁和优一毕业后去康子父亲百货店工作的约定算起来够维持。母亲一方面是想催他早点结婚，一方面即使有些为难，也想保住房子。
It was enough to maintain the agreement to work at Kangzi's father's department store after graduation. On the one hand, my mother wanted to urge him to get married early, and on the other hand, she wanted to keep the house even if she was in a difficult situation.
想和儿子夫妇一起住在这房子里是他多年的凤愿。一向很孝顺的优一看到这情况，反而陷入了必须赶快结婚的困境。可这回自负的念头又来充当他的战友了。
It was her Feng Yuan who had been her son and his wife for many years. When Yi saw this situation, she fell into the dilemma of having to get married as soon as possible. But this time, the conceited thoughts came to act as his comrade in arms again.
即使和康子结了婚，勉勉强强确立这个假定时，他夸张地感到了自己的不幸，家庭的经济危机是靠他的陪嫁来补救的情况，立刻就会败露吧。于是
Even if he got married to Kangzi, when he barely established this assumption, he felt his misfortune in exaggeration. The family's economic crisis was remedied by her dowry, and the situation would be exposed immediately. Then
自己就会叫对方看作不是出于真情，只是怀着卑鄙盘算才结婚的小人吧。不能充许自己有一点点卑鄙行为的纯洁青年，无可奈何出于孝敬母亲的动机，希望结婚。
I can proofread the other party as a villain who got married not out of true love, but was just despicable. The pure young man who cannot give himself a little despicable behavior has no choice but to hope to get married out of the motive of respecting his mother.
但对于爱来说，自然自己的做法是出于最不纯洁的动机了。怎样做才且符合你的期望呢？老作家说，我们一起来考虑个万全之策试试。关于结婚生活无意义一点。
But for love, naturally, my own actions are motivated by the most impure. What should I do and meet your expectations? Said the old writer. Let's consider a complete solution together. It's a little meaningless about marriage life.
我来保证，这样你就可以不负任何责任，良心上不受任何谴责的结婚了。为了你生病的母亲，还是早一点结婚的好。至于钱嘛，我绝没有这种打算，但是
I'll promise. In this way, you can take no responsibility, get married without any condemnation in your conscience. For your sick mother, it is better to get married earlier. As for the money, I have no such plan, but
我听出来了。你害伯以陪嫁为目的的结婚，其理由是你管通过什么途径都无法隔足以遮盖住卑俗外表的爱情传达给太大吧。
I heard it. The reason why you got married with a dowry is that no matter what method you use, you cannot cover up the love that is vulgar and convey it to too big.
你是希望所有一切都成为背叛你不情愿进人那结婚生活的结果吧？大体上，青年们都确信，盘算可以通过爱来得到补偿，就像计算过高的家伙那样。
You hope that everything will be the result of betraying your unwillingness to enter the marriage life. Generally speaking, the youth are convinced that the calculation can be compensated through love. Like a guy who is overcalculated.
总以为自己的纯洁总有什么地方靠得住。你的不安是从你依靠地方的模糊角落产生的吧？嫁妆赚，作为将来的不时之需，还是存起来。那些钱也救不了急。刚才听你说
I always think that there is something reliable in my purity. Your anxiety arises from the troubles you rely on. As an emergency need for future earnings, you will still save it. The money can't be saved. I just heard you say.
有45万就可以保住房子，可以在那里迎接新娘了。说了也许你不高兴，这种事情交给我吧。但请对令堂大人保密啊，优一脸的对面正巧有一个漆黑的镜台。
There are 450,000 yuan to keep the house and welcoming the bride there. Maybe you are unhappy after saying this, so leave it to me. But please keep it secret from Lord Lingtang. There happened to be a dark mirror platform opposite Yu Yi's face.
圆圆的镜面不时撩起走过前面那些人的衣服下摆，稍仰一些的角度，正好从正面照看优一的脸。讲话时，优一老是感到自己的脸不时会盯着自己看。
The round mirror surface occasionally lifted up the hem of the clothes of the people in front of him. At a slightly raised angle, it just looked at Yu Yi's face from the front. When speaking, Yu Yi always felt that his face would stare at him from time to time.
郡府急匆匆地继续往下说，你也知道，我不是那种可以把45万随随便便扔给路人的阔佬。我想为你出钱有2条简单的理由。他有些不好意思地犹豫了一下。其一
Juanfu hurriedly continued to say, You also know that I am not the kind of rich man who can throw 450,000 to passers-by casually. I think there are 2 simple reasons to pay for you. He hesitated a little embarrassedly. First,
你是世上美貌的青年，年轻的时候，我想成为你这样的青年来着。另一条，你不喜欢女人。我现在也想这么做，谁知一切都是天生的，没办法。我在你身上看到了启示，帮帮我。
You are the beautiful young man in the world. When I was young, I wanted to be a young man like you. Another thing, you don't like women. I want to do this now, too. Who knows that everything is born and there is nothing we can do about it? I have seen revelation in you. Help.
把我的青春番哥哥再活一次，说白了，作为我的儿子去讨伐我的仇敌。你是独生鱼，做不了我的养子，请你做我精神上的啊，这可是禁语，儿子吧。
Turn my youth into life and live again, to put it bluntly, as my son, to fight against my enemies. You are born only and cannot be my adopted son. Please be my spiritual, this is a forbidden word, son.
代替我去平掉一个迷失方向人的种种愚蠢行为吧。真能这样的话，不管多少钱我都肯花。本来我就不是为了养老而存的钱，作为条件，为了我，你对谁都不要坦白你的秘密。
Let me pay tribute to the stupid behavior of a disoriented person. If this is true, I will spend no matter how much it costs. I didn't save money for retirement. As a condition, for me, you should not confess your secret to anyone.
去见我让你见的女人，我真想会那种看你一现而不动心的女人。对女人不管4条路，你都没有欲望。我会把有欲望男人的举止逐一教给的。我会教你怎样表现出欲望。
Go and meet the woman I let you meet. I really want to be a woman who is not moved by your limit. No matter what kind of path you have no desire. I will teach the behavior of a man with desire one by one. I will teach you how to show desire.
又怎样表现冷淡，弄得女人死去活来？你只要根据我的指示行事就可以了。你没有欲望，怕人瞧破吗？把它交给我的计谋。为了不让人识破你的秘密，我会设计所有招数的。
So how can you show your indifference and make the woman die? You just need to act according to my instructions. Are you afraid that people will see through without desire? Leave it to my strategy. In order not to let people see through your secrets, I will design all the tricks.
在万无一失、不打破夫妇安定生活的前提下，让你实际地涉猎同性恋的圈子。你做不到，我会给你找机会的。可必须让那家伙绝不泄密给女人的世界。舞台和后台不能混淆。
With the premise of being foolproof and not breaking the stable life of couples, let you actually dabble in the homosexual circle. If you can't do it, I will find you a chance. But that guy must not leak secrets to women's world. The stage and the background cannot be confused.
我带你到女人世界去。我演丑角，给你带路，粉墨登场吧。你演那个不碰女人一指的唐瑞安。以前舞台上的唐瑞安，即使到中场也不演入洞房的。别担心，后台操纵我。
I'll take you to the world of women. I will play the clown, and I will lead you and make a comeback. You play Don Ryan who doesn't touch a woman's finger. Don Ryan on the stage used to be the one who won't be in the bridal chamber even when the end of the show. Don't worry. Backstage manipulation, I.
来积累经验，老艺术家几乎说出了真心话。他在说一世还未写出的作品目录，即使这样，还是掩饰住了真情的羞耻。这宛如发疯似的抛洒50万的铸句。
To accumulate experience. The old artist almost said the truth. He was talking about a catalogue of works that had not been written yet. Even so, he still concealed the shame of true feelings. This was like crazy throwing out 500,000 yuan.
恐怕是他的最后之恋，是驱使着强湾之味的老人在盛夏之际跑到伊豆半岛南端来的恋意，是用来结束可悲的愚蠢行为里的怜悯诗意。
I'm afraid it was his last love, the love that drove this old man who had not yet made a strong decision to run to the southern end of the Aizu Peninsula in midsummer, and was used to end the mercy and frustration in his pathetic stupid behavior.
是奉献给那10几次傻乎乎抒情之恋的贡品。他没想到自己会爱上了康瑜，他尝到了吃这个禁果所蒙受的屈辱。作为报复，康子无论如何必须成为没有爱情丈夫的妻子。
It is an offering dedicated to those more than a dozen foolish lyrical loves. He didn't expect that he would fall in love with Kang Yu. He tasted the humiliation he suffered from eating this forbidden fruit. In revenge, Kitsuko had to become a wife of a loveless husband anyway.
他和优一的结合是受郡府奴役的一种凶残的伦理，必须让他们结婚。即使如此，过了花甲之年的老作家，以前也没能发现自己内部有控制自己意志的力量。这不幸的作家。
The combination of her and Yuichi is a cruel ethic of being enslaved by Toshisuke. They must be married. Even so, an old writer who has passed his 60s has never discovered that he has the power to control his will within himself. This unfortunate writer has been so unfortunate.
为了根绝也许还会冒尖的愚蠢行为，不惜抛撤金钱，还要把这钱想象成为了美而扔掉的金钱，难道还有比这更虚假的陶醉吗？
In order to eliminate the stupid behavior that may still be prominent, I will not hesitate to withdraw money and imagine this money to be a beautiful money. Is there any more false intoxication than this?
郡府难道是期待着因这婚姻给康子间接带去的罪过，期待着受这罪过折磨的内心快乐的痛苦吗？以前的不幸中，郡府可一次也没有站在犯罪的一方面啊。这时
Is Shuanfu looking forward to the inner happiness of the sins brought indirectly to Kanko because of this marriage? In the misfortune before, Shunsuke did not stand on the one hand of crime at once. At this time,
优一从灯光下的镜子中看到自己那张年轻漂亮的脸庞，那双幽深的眼睛在俊美的眉毛下面一直瞪着自己。男优一体味到了那份美的神秘。这张充满青春活力的曲。
Yui saw his young and beautiful face from the mirror under the light. Those sad eyes were staring at themselves under their handsome eyebrows. Nanyu felt the mystery of the beauty together. This song full of youthful vitality.
这张带有男子气雕、着身沉感的脸。这张具有青铜般不幸之美气质的青年的脸，就是他自己。以前，优一对意识自己的美感到厌恶。
This face with a manly sculpting deep feeling, this young man with a bronze-like misfortune temperament is himself. In the past, Yui felt disgusted with her own beauty.
对那种被所爱少年不断拒绝般的彼岸之美，抱着一种绝望感。根据男性的一般习惯，优一幽闭了感觉自己美的意识。随着眼前老人那一句句赞美词灌入耳膜，
I feel a sense of despair for the beauty of the other side that is constantly rejected by the boy I love. According to the general habits of men, Yuichi shut up the consciousness of feeling her beauty. As the old man in front of me poured into his eardrums, he said the words of praise from the old man in front of him.
这种艺术的毒，这种羽芒中有效的毒，解开那永恒的禁忌。他允许自己感觉自己的美了。优一第一次看到了他自身的美，小圆镜里出现一张陌生而绝美的青年的脸。
This poison of art, this effective poison in language blindness, resolved the eternal taboo. He allowed himself to feel his beauty. Yuichi saw his own beauty for the first time. In the small round mirror, a strange and beautiful young man appeared.
那男子气十足的嘴唇露出洁白的牙齿，禁不住笑了起来。优一无法解透郡府那发酵腐臭的复仇热楚。 你的答复呢？七和我订契约吗？接受做我的助手吗？还不知道。
The manly lips, with white teeth, couldn't help laughing. Yuichi couldn't solve the fermented and rotten revenge heat storage. What about your reply 7? Have you made a contract with me? Do you accept being my assistant? I don't know yet.
我预感到现在将有连我自己也搞不清楚的事要发生了。美青年梦一般地说。现在不回答也没关系。决定接受我建议的话，打个电报来告诉我一下。
I had a premonition that something I couldn't figure out about is going to happen now. The beautiful young man said in a dreamy way, "It doesn't matter if he doesn't answer now. If I decided to accept my suggestion, would like to send me a telegram."
我立刻执行刚才的约定，在结婚仪式上让我为你们祝福，同时也请你按我的指示行动。怎么样？不仅不给你添麻烦，还让你摊上个勾引女人的美名。假如真要结婚的话。
I immediately implemented the agreement just now and asked me to bless you at the wedding ceremony. At the same time, please follow my instructions. How about it? Not only will it not cause you trouble, but it also makes you have a good reputation for seducing women. If you really want to get married.
那样的话，一定需要我的。充满自信的老人还了一句：“阿优在这儿吗？”隔扇门外传来康瑜的声音：“请进。”郡府说。康子拉开隔扇门，一眼就看到回过头来的优一。
If that's the case, I will definitely need mine, the confident old man replied. Is you here? Kang Yu's voice came from outside the partition door. Please come in, Xuanfu said. Kangzi opened the partition door and saw Yui Qi, who turned around at a glance.
在那张脸上，康子看到了具有够力的年轻俊美的微笑，一时改变了优一的微笑。青年充满光彩照人的美，像这样值得赞美的时刻，以前从没有过。他的眼睛都被照花了。于是
On that face, Kangzi saw a young and handsome smile that was capable enough. Consciousness changed Yuichi's smile. Youth is full of radiant beauty, and there has never been such a time worthy of praise before. Her eyes were blurred. Then,
他效仿那些受感动女人的例子，追不得已的感到了幸福的预感。刚才康子在浴室里洗了头，头发湿着，不好意思去找郡府屋里说话的优一。他坐在窗边晾干头发。
she followed the examples of moved women and pursued them with no choice. Feeling a premonition of happiness, Kenko washed her hair in the bathroom just now. Her hair was wet, and she was embarrassed to go to Yui Qi, who spoke to Xuanfu's house. She sat by the window to dry her hair.
傍晚从领导港起航，经过 K 镇，明天清晨到月岛栈桥的班轮进港了。他一边梳头，一边望着水面上那灯火阑珊的入港船只。K 艇缺少丝竹之声。船舰港时。
The sailing starts from Zero Island Port in the evening, passes through K-Town, and the liner from the Yuedao Pier, to enter the port tomorrow morning. While combing her hair, she looked at the dimly lit ships entering the port on the water. Keicho lacks the sound of silk and bamboo. The boat entered when the port.
可以隐隐约约地听见甲板上扩音器里播放的流行歌曲声弥漫在下空里。栈桥上挤满了旅馆向导手上提着的灯笼。不一会儿，靠岸作业时那尖尖的汽笛声划破夜空。
You can vaguely hear the sound of pop songs played in the loudspeaker on the deck, permeating the summer sky. The trestle was filled with lanterns carried in the hands of the hotel guide. After a while, the sharp whistle sound when working on the dock cut through the night sky.
像惊弓之鸟的叫声传到他的耳朵里来。康子想让头发干很快一点，不觉感到了凉意。贴在鬓角上的几根后脑勺的头发，仿佛不是自己的，摸上去像冰凉的青草叶似的。
The sound of a frightened bird came to her ears. Kangzi wanted to let his hair dry a little faster, but he felt a chill. The hair on the back of his head that was stuck to the temples seemed to be not his own, and it felt like a cold grass leaf to touch.
手摸着自己的头发，怎么会产生出一种恐惧感？摸看待干头发的手感上有一种爽洁的死之感觉。阿优他到底有什么烦恼？我可一点儿也不知道啊。康宇想。
How could a sense of fear be felt when you touch your hair with your hands? When you touch the dry hair, you feel a refreshing feeling of death. I don't know what troubles Ayu has, Kang Yu thought.
假如挑明了的烦恼应该去死，一起去死不就得了？我特地把阿优请到这里来，早就明明白白地下定决心了。他梳理着头发，脑子里出现一连串怪想法。
If you have clear worries, you should die, and you can die together. I specially invited a you here, and I had already made up my mind. She combed her hair and a series of strange thoughts appeared in her mind.
突然一种不祥的念头浮起来，优一根本就不在郡府的屋子里，立是在什么他所不知道的地方。康子站起来，在走廊上一找小跑。他叫了一声，拉开隔扇的门。
Suddenly an ominous thought emerged. Yui Chi was not in Shunsuke's house at all. Li was in something she didn't know. Kangzi stood up and trotted in a swamp of trotters along the corridor. She screamed and opened the partition door.
第一眼就撞上了美丽的微笑，怎不叫她产生幸福的预感呢？正在聊天，康子问。老作家看着那充满幸福丝、歪着头撒娇的样子，心想这已经不是自己的了，转过脸去。
At first glance, she bumped into a beautiful smile. Why didn't she have a premonition of happiness? The old writer looked at the look of happiness and tilting his head to act coquettishly, thinking that this was no longer his own. Turn your face away.
他想象着康子70岁后的模样，房间里漂浮看尴尬的气氛。这时，就像很多人经常做的那样，优怡看了一下表，9点了。必看里桌上的电话铃响了。
He imagined Kangzi's appearance after he was 70 years old. The room was floating in the awkward atmosphere. At this time, as many people often do, Yui looked at the watch. It's 9 o'clock. The phone rings on the table in the niche.
三人像被匕首给捅了一下似的，回过头看着那电话，谁也没有伸手。郡府拿起了听筒，立刻把眼睛转向优一，是东京家里给优一打来的长途电话。他跑去账台接电话。
The three of them turned around and looked at the phone as if they were stabbed by a dagger. No one reached out. Juanfu picked up the receiver. Turn your eyes immediately to Yuichi. It was a long-distance call from my home in Tokyo. He ran to the account to answer the phone.
出了屋宇，康子像是害怕和俊福两人待在屋里似的，也跟了去。不久，两人回来了。优一的眼里失去了镇定，还没问他就急急地说：“怀疑我母亲有肾萎缩的可能。”
After leaving the house, Kangzi followed him as if he was afraid of staying in the house with Juanfu. Soon after, the two came back. Yuichi lost his composure in his eyes. Before he could ask, he said hurriedly, I suspect my mother has the possibility of kidney atrophy.
心脏有些衰弱，喉咙口很干。不管是住院还是不住院，说是让我立刻回去。心里紧张，并没让他嘴上乱了方寸似的传达着，还说每天都想着要看优异讨新娘子后去死。
The heart is a little weak and the throat is very dry. Whether it was hospitalized or not, I said I was asked to go back immediately. He was nervous and did not make him convey it in a mess, and he also said that he thought about, you'd like to ask the bride to die after he wanted to ask for the bride.
病人可真跟孩子一样，说着，他自己感到了结婚的决心。俊福也清楚地感到了，俊福的眼里泛起了喜悦之光。不管怎么样，得马上走。今晚10点的船还赶得上。
Patients are really the same as children. As he said, he felt the determination to get married. Juanfu felt it clearly. A light of joy appeared in Juanfu's eyes. No matter what, he had to leave immediately. The boat can catch up to 10 o'clock tonight.
我和你一起回去。康子说着，赶快跑回屋去收拾行李。他脚步轻快，母亲的爱可真了不起啊！因为难看，从小没受过亲妈妈疼爱的俊福想。
I'll go back with you, Kangzi said, and quickly ran back to the house to pack her luggage. She walked lightly. Mother's love is really amazing. Because it's ugly, Juanfu's imagination, who has never been loved by his own mother since childhood.
他不是用自己肾脏的力量来拯救儿子危机的吗？同时不也让优一实现了今晚上回去的愿望吗？他想着，眼前的优一也陷入了沉思，看着那低垂的细眉。
Didn't she use the power of her kidney to save her son's crisis? At the same time, didn't she let Yuichi realize her wish to go back tonight? He thought. Yuichi in front of him also fell into deep thought, looking at the drooping thin eyebrows.
看着那形成凛凛流线之影的眼睫毛，俊福感到了轻微的战果。今晚可真是个奇怪的夜晚啊！老作家心里说着。有了青年这份挂念母亲的心思，不用再叮嘱他，给他刺激了。
Looking at the eyelashes that formed a streamlined shadow, Toshisuke felt a slight result. Tonight is such a strange night, the old writer said in his heart. With the young man's thought of worrying about his mother, there is no need to remind him and stimulate him.
不要紧，这年轻人会按我意志做的。终于赶上了10点起航的船，1等舱已经满了，8人一间的屋子和日本式房间 把两人分开来了。听了这话，
It doesn't matter, this young man will do it according to my will. Finally caught up with the ship that set sail at 10 o'clock. The first-class cabin was full, and the room of 8 people and the Japanese-style room separated the two. After hearing this,
郡府拍拍优一的肩膀，开玩笑地说：“今晚可以保证安眠了。”两人登上船，不久梯子就收上去了。码头上吊着煤油灯，一个只穿着内衣的男人。
Shuanfu patted Yuichi's shoulder and said jokingly, "I can guarantee a safe sleep tonight." The two boarded the boat, and soon the ladder was closed. On the pier, there was a kerosene lamp hanging, a man wearing only underwear.
向甲板上2、3个女人抛去被卸的下流话，女子们尖声叫着呼应。康子和优一让这语言交锋镇住了，含着微笑，船渐渐离郡府远去，水面饱泛起油墨似的，闪烁着点点微光。
He threw away his miserable and vulgar words to the 2 or 3 women on the deck. The women screamed and echoed. Kangzi and Yuichi calmed down the language confrontation. With a smile on his face, the boat gradually left Shuanfu. The water surface was covered with oil foam, and there were glimmers of light.
船和栈桥之间，沉默的水面无限铺展开去，悄然寂静的水面像有生命似的，眼看着开阔起来。老作家的右膝让夜晚的海风吹得隐隐有些作慵。神经痛。
Between the ship and the trestle, the silent water spread out infinitely. The quiet water surface, as if there was life, was wide open, and it was rising. The old writer's right knee made the sea breeze at night feel a little bit like a carbuncle. Neurological pain.
发作的痛苦之日，也是他唯一有热情的一天。他曾憎恨过这一天，现在一点也不憎恨。这又息的隐隐痛楚，有时会成为他莫名热情的隐居处。
The painful day of the attack was also his only passionate day. He once hated this heaven. Now there is no hatred at all. The faint pain in his right knee sometimes becomes his inexplicable seclusion.
他让旅馆的人提着灯笼走在头里，回到了旅馆。1星期后，郡府匆匆迂回东京，接到了优异承诺的电报。第3章孝顺儿子的结婚。婚礼举行是在9月下旬的一个吉日。
He asked the hotel people to walk in his head with lanterns and returned to the hotel. A week later, Shunsuke hurriedly went to Tokyo and received a telegram from Yuichi. Chapter 3: The Marriage of a Filial Son. The wedding was held on an auspicious day in late September.
婚礼前的2、3天，优一觉得结婚后不大再会有一个人吃饭的机会了，就出门去后街上一家西餐馆的2楼吃晚饭。尽管平时他没有一个人出去吃饭的习惯。
2 or 3 days before the wedding, Yui felt that he would not have a chance to have a meal alone after getting married, so he went out to the second floor of a Western restaurant on the back street for dinner, although he did not usually have the habit of going out alone to eat.
可今天像是要还原似的。这个50万的小富豪现在有这种奢侈的资格了。5点了，吃饭时候还早，店里很空，招待们都在打瞌睡。
but today it seems like I have to restore it. This little rich man of 500,000 now has the qualification to be so luxurious. It's still early to eat. The store was empty and the hospitality was dozing off.
他往下瞧着日落前飘着残暑的杂沓街景，街道上还很敞亮，对面洋品店的遮阳棚下，太阳光直射到橱窗的深处，日光把一只偷盗的手直逼带状翡翠的绿色。
He looked down at the mixed street scenes of the summer before sunset. The street is still very bright, and under the awning of the Western Pin store opposite, the sunlight shines directly into the depths of the window. Sunlight protects a stealing hand, approaching the green of the belt-shaped jadeite.
沉稳而明晃晃的橱窗深处，那一点绿光层层射到等待端采饭菜的优衣妇里。这孤独的青年口干舌燥，不停地喝水。他有些不安。有一个知道。
Deep in the calm and bright window, the green light shot into the Yuifu waiting to pick the food. This lonely young man was dry and kept drinking water. He was a little uneasy. Yui knew.
喜欢男人的男士大多都结婚，还当了父亲。他也不知道，这些男士多数不是真心的，只是让自己特异的本能给结婚生活添一点色彩而已。他们有老婆。
Most men who like men get married and become fathers. He didn't know that most of these men were not sincere, but just gave their special instincts to add a little color to their marriage life. They have wife.
这样一个女人帮倒忙，她的功享用已经饱，很快要吐出来了。所以可以说，他们绝不染指其他女人。世上那种视妻子忠贞不二的男人中，有不少就屑于这一种类的。
Such a woman helps him to enjoy her, and she is already full and will soon vomit out. So, it can be said that they will never get involved in other women. Many of the men in the world who were loyal to their wives were despised by this kind of person.
有了孩子后，与其说他们是父亲，还不如说他们都成了母亲。让不忠实的丈夫苦恼过的女人，第二次结婚的话，找这样的对象就好了。他们的结婚生活是一种幸福的、安稳的。
After having children, it is better to say that they are mothers than to say that they are fathers. If a woman who has troubled her unfaithful husband, she will find such a partner for the second time. Their marriage life is a happy and stable.
无刺激的，从根本上来说是可怕的自我亵渎。这类丈夫的最后避难所就是依靠自负执念了，冷笑着支配自己的日常起居以及人性的人类生活的细节。对女人来说
Non-stimulating, fundamentally terrible self-blasphemy. The last refuge for such husbands is to rely on conceit, sneeringly dominate their daily life and the details of the human life. For women.
也许做梦也不会想到这样的残酷的丈夫。解开这些去指需要年龄和经验，另外要耐住这样的生活，也至少要进行一些个训练。优一已经22岁了。
Maybe I would never dream of such a cruel husband. Unsolving these interesting ideas requires age and experience. In addition, to endure such a life, at least some training is required. Yuichi is already 22 years old.
他那未经训练而又有些疯狂的庇护者，既不太懂事，又只热衷于观念。优一至少在让他凛然傲视的时候，失去了那悲剧性的意志。菜还没端来啊，他想着。
His untrained and somewhat crazy protector was neither very sensible nor only passionate about ideas. Yuichi lost that tragic will at least when he made him look down upon him. The food hasn't been brought yet, he thought.
无意中回头往那边墙壁望去，这时他感到有一股视线直直地盯在他脸上，他脸转过去，那视线一下子跳开了。壁角处站着个19、20岁左右、苗条、白皮肤的戴营生。
I accidentally turned around and looked at the wall over there. At this moment, he felt a gaze staring straight on his face. His face turned around, and his gaze jumped away. Standing at the corner was about 19 or 20 years old, slim and white-skinned.
他胸前2排别致的金纽扣排成了弓形，手背在背后，像是在轻轻地敲击着墙壁，看得出他为自己直立不动的样子而难为情。这是初出茅庐的证据。头发乌黑闪散。
Two rows of unique gold buttons on his chest were lined up in a bow shape. The back of his hand was behind him, as if he was touching the wall gently, and it was obvious that he was embarrassed about his upright appearance. This was the evidence of his new beginnings. The black hair flashed.
有些倦意的柔软下半身与他那娇小脸庞上南极般嘴唇的天真无邪相呼应，那腰肢的曲线显示出少年腿部纯洁的线条，有一切时感到了自己欲情的飘摇。
The somewhat tired soft lower body echoed the innocent lips of his slutty face. The curve of the waist shows the pure lines of the boy's legs. Yujishi felt the swaying of his desire.
戴应声让里面的人叫了进去，优一抽了支烟，就像个应征入伍的人，入队以前拼命想抓紧时间尽情享乐，结果什么也没干就过去了似的。
When Yingxing asked the people inside to call in, Yui smoked a cigarette. It was like a conscripted person who tried hard to seize the time to enjoy himself before joining the team, but he just passed by without doing anything.
快乐从一开始就需要无限的前提和倦怠的危惧。优一预感到，和以前几十次错过机会一样，这次的欲情也会消失得无影无踪的。他吹开落在磨亮的餐具刀上的烟灰。
Happiness requires unlimited premises and dangers of burnout from the beginning. Yuichi had a premonition that, like the past dozens of missed opportunities, his desire would disappear without a trace this time. He blew away the ash falling on the sharpened cutlery knife.
烟灰落到桌上的蔷薇花圈上。汤端来了。刚才那戴应声左臂上搭看块餐巾，用这个银色容器走上前来。他把打开的容器往优异碟子里放的时候，借着热气的鼓舞。
The ashes fell on the wreath of roses on the table. Tang came. Just now, Yingxing looked at a napkin on his left arm and walked up with a silver container. When he put the open container into a plate, he was inspired by the heat.
优异仰起脸，正面地看了一眼那个侍应生，没想到凑得 很近。优一微笑了，戴应生也露出洁白的牙齿，真正的一瞬回报了这青年一个微笑。不一会儿
Yui raised his face and glanced at the waiter head on. I didn't expect to get together, it's very close. Yui smiled. When Yingxing showed his white teeth, he gave the young man a smile in a real moment. After a while,
侍应生离去，优一默默地俯身朝向盛满汤的深碟子。这有意思的，还有一些无意思的小插曲，一丝不漏地图在他的脑海里。要问为什么？因为这些插曲。
The waiter left. Yui leaned silently towards the deep plate full of soup. This is interesting, and there are some uninteresting little episodes that are completely missing in his mind. Ask why, because of these episodes.
以后台带有明确的意思。结婚典礼是在东京会馆的分馆举行的。金屏风前站着千篇一律的新郎新娘，独身的俊妇不宜充当证婚人。他作为享有盛名的贵宾出席了仪式。
The backstage has a clear meaning. The wedding ceremony was held at the branch of the Tokyo Association. Standing in front of the golden screen is the same bride and groom. A single Juinfu should not act as a witness. He attended the ceremony as a prestigious VIP.
体系厅里，老作家吐着烟。这时进来一对寻常男女，男的穿着礼服，女的衣服下摆上镶着花。下摆镶花的女人，那有些品味的柳腰和冷冰冰的漂亮长脸。
In the living room, the old writer was spitting cigarettes, and at this time, an ordinary couple came in. Men are wearing dresses and women are wearing flowers on the hem. The woman with flowers on her hem had a taste of willow waist and a cold and beautiful long face.
在同一体系厅里的其他夫人身上是找不到的。她那双绝无笑意的眼睛毫无感觉似的审视着周围。她就是那个和钱伯爵的丈夫共设美人计。
There is no need to find any other ladies in the same living room. Her eyes, which were completely unsmiling, looked around without feeling. She was the beauty plan with the former count's husband.
从俊妇手里卷走3万元的女人，一望便知，那假装无感觉的一瞥，无非是在物色新的猎物吧。白羊皮手套不套在手上，却用2手握着的，靠在妻子身边帅气的丈夫。
A woman who had been swept away from Juinfu's hand for 30,000 yuan. You can tell at a glance that pretending to be feeling is nothing more than looking for a new prey. The handsome husband who doesn't put Aries gloves on his hands, but holds them with both hands.
用一种和烈焰老手顾盼多姿的眼睛不一样的焦急渴望的视线扫出四周。这对夫妇看上去像乘着降落伞下到蛮荒地带的探险家，自豪和恐怖这般奇妙的组合。
Use a different eye, different from the colorful eyes of the old man hunting, to scan the 4 corners of the first lunar month. The couple looked like explorers who were riding a parachute to the wilderness. Such a wonderful combination of pride and horror.
让人们绝看不出他们是战前的旧贵族。高木前伯爵看到俊妇，伸出了手，他缩进下巴额，像无赖一样， 一只白手拨弄着上衣的纽扣，稍稍歪着脑袋，满面堆笑地问：“您好吗？”
It makes people never see that they were the old nobles before the war. The former Earl of Homu saw Tashasuk and stretched out his hand. He shrank his chin and looked like a scoundrel. He fiddled with a white hand and tilted his head slightly, and asked with a smile, "How are you?"
这帮滥用财产税的伪君子出来打招呼，中产阶级避之唯恐不及，那是出于中产阶级那廉价顽固的性格。坏事保证了他那高贵的厚颜无耻，所以听到他说“您好吗”的时候，
These hypocrites who abused property tax came out to say hello, and the middle class avoided it because of the cheap and stubborn personality of the middle class. Bad things guaranteed his noble shamelessness, so when he heard him say, "How are you?"
给谁都是一种多么自然的印象啊！总之，伪君子们因慈善事而弄不出个人样来，贵族们靠做坏事，勉勉强强还能成个人样。即使这么说，
What a natural impression that everyone is given. In short, hypocrites cannot make a personal appearance because of charity. Aristocrats can barely become personal appearance by doing bad things. Even if you say so.
君慕夫人的样子让人感到一种难以名状的厌恶，就像擦也擦不掉的衣服上的污点般的、刻印般的、说不出来的让人不快的柔弱和厚颜无耻的混合。
Mrs. Junmu's appearance makes people feel an indescribable disgust. It's like a stain on clothes that can't be wiped off, a stamped, an unpleasant mixture of weakness and shamelessness.
拼命挤出来的可怕声音，还有那完全计划好了的自然，郡府被激怒了。他想起浩木用女色为工具胁迫绅士的做法。现在他也不会被浩木诚恳的招呼所打动。
The terrifying voice that was squeezed out desperately, and the completely planned, natural, Juanfu was angry. He remembered the way that Haomu used female colors as tools to coerce the gentleman. Now he will not be moved by Homu's sincere greeting.
老作家僵硬地点了下头。他立刻觉得该修正一下这孩子气的点头致意。他从长椅上站起来，浩木漆皮鞋上套着鞋罩。看到郡府站起来，他像在地板上踏舞步似的。
The old writer nodded stiffly. He immediately felt that he should correct this childish nod. He stood up from the bench. Pickaxe patent leather shoes are covered with shoe cover. Seeing Juanfu stand up, he was dancing on the floor.
轻盈地往后退了2步，正想着和他打招呼，他已经去和别的熟悉的夫人道阔别去了。郡府站起的身子失去了该去的方向。这时，浩木夫人快步跑过来，把郡府引到骤前。
He took 2 steps back lightly. Just as he was thinking of saying hello to him, he had already said goodbye to another familiar wife. Juanfu's body stood up and lost the direction he should go. At this time, Mrs. Haomu ran over quickly and led Juanfu to the front of the universe.
真是个舍去泪所打招呼的女人。她走过来时，裙边有规则的摆动，像阵阵波浪，活泼动人。玻璃窗上消除地映现出室内的灯火，夜色降临的窗前站着浩姆夫人。
What a woman who gave up her tiredness and greetings. When she walked over, there was a regular swing of the skirt, like waves, lively and moving. The lights in the room were reflected on the glass window, and in front of the window where night fell, Mrs. Halmu stood.
郡府惊奇地发现，这女人美丽的肌肤上竟看不出一线细微的皱纹。她有本事老是在一瞬间选择好最适合自己的照明角度和宽度。她一点没提起以前的话题。
Juanfu was surprised to find that there was no trace of subtle wrinkles on this woman's beautiful skin. She had the ability to choose the lighting angle and width that was most suitable for her in an instant. She didn't mention the previous topic at all.
这对夫妇利用了不让对方看出破绽，就能让对方紧张的心理学。看到您健朗朗的，真高兴呀！在这宴席上，您看起来比在家里年轻多了。我还想早点上年纪呢。
The couple takes advantage of the psychology of not letting each other see the flaws, which makes each other nervous. I'm so happy to see you healthy and bright. At this banquet, you look much younger than at home. I want to get older sooner.
66岁的老作家说：“以前栽就栽在年轻上啊。”不正经的老头，还有心思寻花问柳。你怎么样？说什么呀？我还长着呢。今天的郎君和那班孩子气的小姐。
The 66-year-old writer said, I used to plant it on young people, the unscrupulous old man. I still have the heart to look for flowers and ask about willows. How are you? What are you saying? I still have a lot of things. Today's husband, and such a childish lady.
像过家家式的婚礼，还不如到我家来，先教他2-3个月呢。南君今天的新郎打扮怎么样？老作家用焦黄而布满血丝的眼睛，随着抛出的看似无心的问题。
It's better to come to my house and teach him for 2 or 3 months first. How is Nanjuan's groom dressing today? The old writer used browned and blood-covered eyes, and threw out seemingly unintentional questions.
深深地观察着那女人的表情，他有信心，只在看到那脸颊轻轻抖动一下。只要发现那眸子擦擦闪一下光，那么他就会不失时机地抓住它，扩大它，展开它，使它燃烧。
I deeply observed the woman's expression. He was confident that he could only see the cheek shaking slightly, and as long as he noticed the eyes flashing with a crack light, he would seize it, expand it, and burn it.
直至培育出难以抗拒的热情来。其实小说家就是这样的，他们是捉弄人们热情的老手。我还是今天第一次看见那人的脸呀。听人说过，果然是名不虚传的美青年。
Until irresistible enthusiasm is cultivated. In fact, novelists are like this. They are veterans who tease people for their enthusiasm. This is the first time I saw that man's face today. I have heard that he is indeed a well-known beautiful young man.
那样的人22岁就和毫无越味又没见过世面的小姐结婚，哪里还找得出比这更无味干燥的罗曼蒂克呀？我呀，看着有些来气呢，其他客人怎么说他的？
Such a person married a lady who had no taste and had never seen the world at the age of 22. How could he find a more tasteless and dry romantic than this? I looked at it, and I was a little angry. What did other guests say about him?
那边也竟在说新郎呢。康子的同班同学吃不到葡萄说葡萄是酸的，说什么我啊，讨厌那种类型的男人，其他的可是说不出什么了。那新郎的微笑之美，怎么形容才好呢？
There is also talking about the groom. Kangzi's classmates said that the grapes were sour and said that they were sour. I hate that type of men. But I can't say anything else. How can I describe the beauty of the groom's smile?
飘散着年轻气息的微笑啊！你把这个说给大家听听怎么样？也许会收到意想不到的效果呢。这婚姻也不是什么流行的恋爱婚姻嘛，可不是这样张扬过吗？
A smile that drifts with a young aura. How about you telling everyone this? Maybe it will get unexpected results. This marriage is not a popular love marriage, isn't it so arrogant?
骗你的！所谓崇高的婚姻，这是孝顺儿子的婚姻呀。郡府用眼睛指了指休息室一角的安乐椅，上面坐着优衣的母亲，稍稍浮肿的脸上涂了厚厚的一层白粉。
Lies you. The so-called noble marriage. This is a marriage to be filial to his son. Juanfu pointed to the easy chair in a corner of the lounge. On it was Yuichi's mother. A thick layer of white powder was applied to her slightly swollen face.
很难说清这个最近快快活活过日子的半老徐娘的年龄。她想快活的大笑，可那浮肿的面颊牵制住了笑，痉挛而凝重的笑不断往两颊沉淀下去。这
It is hard to tell the age of this half-old Sioux girl who has lived happily recently. She wanted to laugh happily, but her swollen cheeks held back her smile. A spasm and solemn smile continued to settle down on both cheeks. This.
可是他一生中最后的幸福瞬间了。幸福可真是丑陋的东西啊！郡府想。这时，母亲套着古老风格钻戒的手指抚摸着腰际，也许是说有尿意吧。
But the last moment of happiness in her life. Happiness is really an ugly thing. Juanfu thought. At this time, my mother was stroking her waist with her fingers in an ancient-style diamond ring. Maybe it's like urinating.
旁边穿紫藤色衣服的中年女佣人伸过头，小声地问她什么事。母亲扶着那女人的手站起来，向来客不停地点着头，分开众人，往厕所那边的走廊走去。
The middle-aged maid wearing wisteria clothes next to her stretched her head and asked her in a low voice. The mother stood up with the woman's hand, nodded to the visitor constantly, separated everyone, and walked towards the corridor on the other side of the toilet.
看到走进身旁的那张浮肿的脸，郡府忽然想起第三任妻子死的时候那张脸，浑身站立起来。现在都传为一段美谈了呢。浩木夫人用冷冰冰的口气说
Seeing the swollen face approaching, Juanfu suddenly remembered the face when his third wife died, and trembled all over. It's all about a beautiful story now, Mrs. Halmu said in a cold tone.
什么时候让你和优义君见面吧？新婚燕尔，怕不可能吧？等新婚旅行回来怎么样？能说定了吗？ 真想找个机会和他说说话呀。你对结婚没有偏见吗？
When will you meet Yijin? I'm afraid it's impossible. How about you come back from your wedding trip? Can you make a decision? I really want to find an opportunity to talk to him. Do you have no prejudice against marriage?
反正是别人结婚，就是我结婚，对我来说也是别人的结婚。我可从不知道。这个冷静而透彻的女人说，布置婚礼的人来说，宴席室准备好了，约100多人。
Anyway, it's someone else getting married. It is my marriage, and it is also someone else's marriage to me. I never knew. The calm and thorough woman said. The person who arranged the wedding said that the banquet was ready, about 100 people.
慢条斯理地打着旋儿进了礼堂。沙府坐在主桌的贵宾席上，优异美丽的眼睛里，从仪式一开始就反复不停地闪过不安的神色。因桌位角度不同，老作家看不见。
He slowly entered the auditorium with a spin. Sha Fu sat in the VIP seat at the main table. In Yui's beautiful eyes, he kept flashing uneasy expressions from the beginning of the ceremony. Due to the different angles of the table, the old writer could not see them.
他感到十分遗憾。看得懂的人看了，这新郎那灰暗的眼神，该是今宵最美的一景吧。宴会顺畅地进行着，宴席中间，按惯例，新郎、新奴在来宾的拍手欢送下退席。
He felt very regretful. The person who can understand it looked at it. The groom's dark eyes should be the most beautiful scene tonight. The banquet went smoothly. During the banquet, as usual, the groom and the new slave retired with the guests clapping and farewell.
证婚人夫妇帮着照料这对老实而又孩子气的新婚夫妇。优一换旅行服装时，领带老系不好，几次重系总算系好了。大门口车已经来了。
The witness couple helped take care of the honest and childish newlyweds. When Yui changed his travel clothes. The tie is not good for old age. I have been tied up several times, and finally tied it up. The car has arrived at the gate.
证婚人和优一在汽车前等着还没怀备好的康子。证婚人是钱大臣，掏出烟卷让优一抽。年轻的新郎不熟练地点上烟，望着大街上。
The witness and Yui Chi waited in front of the car for Kangzi, who had not yet prepared. The witness was a former minister, who took out a cigarette and asked you to smoke it. The young groom, unskilled in lighting cigarettes, looked into the street.
坐在迎接的汽车里等康子显然不太合适。开来开去的车子的前灯不断反射在崭新的车身上，两人靠着汽车说着话。证婚人说：“别担心你母亲，你不在家时我负责。”
It was obviously not suitable to sit in the greeting car and wait for Kangzi. The headlights of the car that was driving around were constantly reflected on the brand new body. The two of them leaned against the car and talked. The witness said, "Don't worry about your mother. I will be responsible when you are not at home."
听了父亲的这个老朋友亲切的话，优一很高兴，他的心里却十分的冷淡，十分感伤。这时，对面大楼里出现一个十分消瘦的外国人。他穿着淡黄色西装， 打着时髦的领结。
Yuichi was very happy to hear the kind words of this old friend of my father. But his heart was very cold and sad. At this time, a very thin foreigner appeared in the building opposite. He was wearing an egg-yellow suit and a stylish bow tie.
人行道边停着一辆招待牌轿车，那人打开门锁，从他背后快步走出一个日本少年，他在石台阶当中站住，瞧着周围。他穿着苗条的双排纽格子西装。
A car with a receptionist was parked by the sidewalk. The man opened the door lock. A Japanese boy walked out of his back quickly, and he stood among the stone steps and looked around. He was wearing a slim double-row button plaid suit.
领带就是在夜色中也能看见鲜艳的柠檬色，在大楼前的灯光照雕下，头发犹像刚出水时那样闪闪发亮。优衣一见，大为吃惊，原来是上回那个代音生。外国人催促着少年。
The tie can also be seen in the night. Under the lighting in front of the building, the hair oil shines as bright as it was when it first came out of the water. When Yi saw it, she was very surprised. It turned out that it was the one who waited for Yingxing last time. The foreigner urged the boy.
少年踏着轻快的步子跑去，坐在副驾驶的位子上。于是，外国人在左边方向盘的位置上坐下，砰地关上门。车像滑行般忽地加速开走了。怎么了？你脸色难看啊。证婚人说。
The boy ran away with a brisk step and sat in the passenger seat. So, the foreigner sat down on the left steering wheel and slammed the door. The car suddenly accelerated and drove away like a sliding track. What's wrong? Your face looks ugly, said the witness.
抽不惯香烟，抽一口，不舒服起来。这可不行。还给我，我没收了。证婚人打开镀银的香烟盒，把点着火的香烟放进去，咔嗒盖上了盖子。这声音又让优衣吓了一跳。正在这时
I can't take it for a cigarette, so I feel uncomfortable when I take a sip. This is not possible. Return it to me, I confiscated it. The witness opened the silver-plated cigarette box, put the lit in the incense in the fire, and covered the lid with click. The sound scared Yui again. At this moment,
换好西服旅行装的康子戴着镶边的白手套，在送行人们的簇拥下出现在门口。两人去东京车站，然后坐7点风往找金方向的火车直奔热海。康子近乎茫然的幸福样子。
Kangzi, who had changed into a suit and travel suit, appeared at the door surrounded by the people who saw him off. The two went to Tokyo Station, and then took the train from Teng to Numazu at 7 o'clock and headed straight for Atami. Kangzi looked almost confused and happy.
让优衣不安起来。他那温柔的心，平时总有能容下爱的宽敞地方，而现在变得狭窄的心，大概不适合容纳那感动的液体。他的心像塞满生硬观念的仓库那样暗淡。
Make Yuichi uneasy. His gentle heart always has a spacious place to accommodate love, but now, the narrow heart is probably not suitable to accommodate the touching liquid. His heart was as dull as a warehouse filled with stiff ideas.
康宇把只瞌睡的娱乐杂志递给他，目录的一行里有2个用粗体打出的字“嫉妒”。他看了，第一次能够为自己暗淡的内心波动注上名目了。他的不快活来自嫉妒呀。
Kang Yu handed him the sleepy entertainment magazine. In one line of the directory, there are 2 words, jealousy, written in bold. After reading it, he was able to name his dim inner fluctuations for the first time. His unhappiness comes from jealousy.
对谁？脑子里浮起了刚才那是应声的少年。在新婚旅行的火车里，抛开新娘不管，却对萍水相逢的少年起了嫉妒之心。一想起这些，他的心情就变得恶劣起来。
To whom? The boy who was the waiter just now appeared in his mind. On the train of the newlyweds, he left the bride alone, but became jealous of the young man he met by chance. When he thought of this, his mood became worse.
他觉得自己只是没定型的、不具备人形的生物。有一把头靠在靠背上，稍微离远一点，瞄着康瑜那低垂着的脸，不能把他想象成男孩子吗？这眉、眼、鼻、唇。
He felt that he was just an undefined creature, not a human form. Yu leaned her head on the back, and moved away a little further, aiming at Kang Yu's drooping face. Can't she think of her as a boy? This eyebrows? Eyes, nose, lips.
他像个将几张草图都画砸了的画家那样移起嘴来。终于，他闭上眼，一个劲儿地把康子想象成男孩子。这想象的不道德，把眼前的美丽少女变得不伦不类。
He snorted like a painter who had smashed all the sketches. Finally, he closed his eyes and kept imagining Kangzi as a boy. This immoral immorality turns the beautiful girl in front of you, and is inconsistent.
比女人更难让他爱上，甚至使他越来越好似难以爱上的丑恶形象。
It is harder to make him fall in love with than a woman, and even makes her look more and more ugly as if she is difficult to fall in love with.